welcome to episode number 122 here at the Archerverse, and welcome to the most must-see show on Twitch TV. Welcome to the Archerverse TV, and welcome to Raw is War. And we have an action-packed show for you tonight. We're going to be sitting on the edge of our seats all night long. We have 7 matches, 4 championship matches. It's still the road to SummerSlam, which is 2 weeks away. And as promised, we are starting the show just a little bit differently tonight. Tonight I have a gift. I have a present for all of you. Tonight we are going to be talking about wrestling with a gentleman that has been privileged enough to be able to wrestle on the Canadian independent circuit. He spent over 3 years wrestling for Great North Wrestling. He's done many things. He's been a councilman in the city that he used to live in. He ran a winery, which I'm sure he'll tell us the story once we invite him on the show here and welcome him to the show. But he had a winery, and is actually where his wrestling name came from, the moniker that he used when he would travel the roads for days at a time attending shows. One of my purposes for this show that we're doing tonight is to bring to light that the independent circuit, the independent wrestling scene, is very, very important for so many different reasons. First of all, we all know, I'm sure there's lots of people that don't get a chance to watch a WWE show live, an AEW show live, a TNA show live, but they probably have a better chance to have a local independent wrestling promotion travel to their town, or maybe they can quickly access and travel to their town to go visit a different city and attend a show live there. I know we have independent promotions that travel around this region where I live, and there's a lot of talent out there. You do not have to watch the WWE. You don't have to watch New Japan Pro Wrestling. You don't have to watch AEW. There is so much talent out there. It's just, if you don't have the right connection, it's like anything else. It's just like finding a job. You have to network. And if you don't have those connections, if you haven't been able to gain, I guess, friends in the business, if you will, it gets a little more difficult to get to that what you would call that mainstream professional wrestling level of being able to get tryouts for AEW, WWE, TNA, Ring of Honor Wrestling, or what have you. So tonight, we're starting the show. We're still going to have Raw is War. Again, we have 7 matches, 4 championship matches. It's going to be a great evening. But tonight, we're starting things off. We have a gentleman by the name of John Maloney who is joining us tonight on the broadcast I'm actually having a phone conversation with him. So I'm going to be putting him on speakerphone, and he's going to discuss his adventures with Great North Wrestling, some of the wrestlers that he's met, and just how he got into the business. How long has he been a wrestling fan? What made him choose to want to become a professional wrestler? But we're going to introduce him right now. Again, his name is John Maloney. John Maloney, welcome to the Archerverse, episode number 122, my friend. I appreciate you lending us your time and gracing us with your presence here on the show. How are you doing?
I'm doing really great, Mike. And it's John the Grape Crusher Maloney.
John,
the largest arms in the wine business.
John the Grape Crusher Maloney. So here at the Archerverse, most people don't actually use my real name. They simply call me Archer, just so you know ahead of time. At some point, okay. Say, like, if Christian Cool, the guy that co-hosts with me on the show, shows up, we have people that can actually join the broadcast, so if they happen to show up, they will call me Archer, so don't get confused.
Sounds good.
It's just the nature of the business, sir. So, John the Grape Crusher Maloney.
Yes.
Tell me. Explain a little bit about how you got that name, how long you've been a fan of the business, and what made you want to get into that business.
Well, I've always been a fan of the business. I've always loved watching WWE, Hulk Hogan, I grew up with it. I'm probably a little bit older than most wrestlers getting into the business. I got into it in my 50s, and I did it for charity. I started off with a kind of a celebrity boxing match in our town. I boxed against a guy who owned a Muay Thai gym, and it was kind of cool. I beat him. So, and I was very lucky. He was very kind to me in the match. But after that, it was part of the wrestling promotion that we had done, because I got approached by a bunch of wrestlers, and they said, "Geez, John, you draw a lot of people. You're fairly athletic. I dropped 60 pounds for the boxing match." So then they started training me, and I got to meet so many cool people that I grew up watching.
That's awesome.
Like Brutus. It is awesome. Like Brutus the Barber, the Beefcake, Honky Tonk Man, Animal, Axe and Smash. Like I spent the day with Animal when he was in Brockville, and it was probably 2 years before he passed away.
2 years before, yeah.
Afterwards. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Great guy.
So for anybody that doesn't know, he's talking about Brockville, Ontario, Canada, which is where I am from. Well, not originally, but I am now. I've lived here quite a long time. And, of course, John was living near here in a place called Smith Falls, where he was actually the councilman of that city for a period of time. Tell us about that. And what did they think about your wrestling ventures?
Well, I think sometimes they were taking very well, and then there was other times. There was a time I actually dyed my mustache red, like the Grave Crusher, and I left the dye in when I went to the council meeting. So they said they received more phone calls in that council meeting than any other meeting, because people were thinking that the color was off.
Wow.
TVs. So
that's funny.
I guess that would be my claim to fame is I created the most phone calls for a council meeting.
That is hilarious.
I think it was taken very well. I did a lot of kids work in town, so it was really cool when I'd walk down the street and they'd go, "Hey, Grape Crusher,"
Yeah.
I was in Ottawa one time, and I had stepped in a match. The gentleman who owned the Muay Thai gym asked me if I would step in a boxing match, go against one of the fighters.
Right.
And I said, can't be any feet or anything. I said, let's be kind to each other. The guy's in his 20s, and I'm over 50. I don't want to get hurt. So we did the match, and it was funny. 3 months later, I was at a training camp with Dan Severin.
Dan the Beast Severin.
Seven. Oh, I know. Isn't that cool?
That is awesome.
Anyways, there was 2 girls there who had come along, and they were at that Muay Thai match.
Right.
And my wife was there with me, and these 2 girls go, "Oh my God, it's the Grape Crusher. Can we get our picture with you?" They go,
"That's cool."
They started talking about the match. They said, "Oh, you did really well." And they go, that's all we talked about. And I thought, you had some really good fights. Mine was kind of I guess a filler, but that's what they talked about.
Right.
So that little bit of fame, it kind of goes a long way, and I get why people do it.
That's awesome. So you said, actually, give me one moment. I just have to say hello to somebody. They popped in. Lil, I see you. How you doing? Welcome to episode number 122. We have a great show planned. As you can tell, we're talking with John the Grape Crusher Maloney, who wrestled for Great North Wrestling for over 3 years and has some awesome anecdotes and stories that he's sharing with the Archiverse tonight. And then, of course, we have our Raw is War card. We have 7 matches, 4 championship matches on the card. It's going to be a great evening, so stick around, my friend. So anyways, go ahead, John. I was curious. You said you met Honky Tonk Man. Tell me a little bit about that.
Well, when I first met him, you know how you meet somebody who's famous? So I kind of put him on to his character that he played. And that's kind of who I was expecting to meet.
Right.
And that's not really what I met. Honky Tonk Man's a great guy, a little bit of a drinker, or a lot of a drinker. I think he has a little bit of a grudge having to do the independent circuit.
Right.
I don't know how well he was with his money and stuff. So I think he was always upset. You know what I mean? If you'd start talking about the WWE days.
Even when Vince brought him back for the Hall of Fame stuff, he just seemed miserable.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. And really, that's kind of how he is. But it's funny, when you took him out of his character and you had him talk about his kids or school or anything, he was a whole different guy.
Whole different guy, yeah.
You know, yeah, like he was a real family man, he seemed. But, you know, if I thought about all the different people that I met, probably the most memorable and the guys who are kind of weren't washed up was Dan Severn and Animal. Like the two of the nicest guys you would ever meet. You know, Dan Severn I thought was a real like he was a crossover. He did WWE, he did the UFC. Great fighter. I always thought he was underrated.
Yeah. No, you're not wrong about that. I totally agree.
Yeah, but he was really neat to meet. And I made him wince. I did one of my promos,
right?
And he jumped back, and I thought I made one of the toughest guys in the world step back. But, you know,
awesome.
Even if it was just my voice.
Yeah. That's cool.
No, but you know, and I did a training camp with Al Snow as well.
Did you?
Which was really neat.
Wow, you did a training camp with Al Snow.
Yeah. Well, a lot of times when the wrestlers come, they'll offer a 4-hour training camp for all the independent guys.
Right.
So we get to hear, you know, all the different things they did or how they made it big. Like seeing some of the young guys there who are extremely talented. You know, you were always hoping to see them one day in the WWE.
Right, yeah.
But some are lucky, some aren't.
Who?
Another memorable moment was when I met Alain Mousseau.
Alain Mousseau, wow. Yeah.
He was extremely cool. We're in the back talking, and we're talking about meeting all these famous people. And he talked about, like, when Jean-Claude Van Damme called him. He kind of put his hand over the phone, and he was talking to his girlfriend at the time and goes, I'm talking to Jean-Claude Van Damme. You know, like, he goes, this is cool. So we were talking in the back, and he goes, you know, he got punched by Mike Tyson. I said, oh, my God. I said, that must have been neat. He goes, oh, yeah. I said, geez, I want to get kicked by you. And he goes, I want to get choked. Like, Sid Vicious was the WWE guy that they had brought. And he goes, I want to get choke slammed by, you know, Sid Vicious.
Wait, so you met nice Sid Vicious too?
Oh, yeah.
That's
awesome.
He's
a big man.
Oh, he is. Yeah, even to this day, he's a large dude.
Yeah, and he has that kind of persona that he's mean.
Yeah.
Right? Like when you meet him, you kind of go, oh, you know, but he didn't match his attitude. Like he would kind of laugh. I think he does landscaping now.
Right.
He owns a landscaping company.
Yeah, I believe he does. I think if I'm not, I knew that. If I'm not mistaken, Sid Vicious' son is a wrestler now, is he not?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, I thought so, yeah.
I remember hearing that.
What would you...
I don't watch the new product that much.
Well, no, you know what, though? It is slowly getting better again because people like Triple H and what they did with NXT, AEW, you know, some of the smaller promotions are starting to really stand up and push a better product. Not that Vince doesn't push a good product. He just gets lazy, in my opinion. He does what's good for business instead of what's best for the fans too often, so to speak.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, so there's that. But Triple H really did some. I mean, he took Florida Championship Wrestling, which was dying. He took it and he completely reformed it and exploded it into a completely different brand. And I mean, it's completely surpassed expectations to anybody, much less them. So I actually think
for sure.
I actually think what Triple H has done with NXT is more impressive than what Vince did initially with the WWF before it became WWFE.
Yeah.
Only because Vince only had to improve on what was. It was already a solid territory that was gaining other territories and collecting wrestlers from those territories, and they were already running strong. He just took it, globalized it, put it on television, and you know what I mean? Triple H took something that was dead and brought it back to life, and then evolved it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point.
You know what I mean?
You know what? They're all talented.
They
They're all
are.
talented promoters.
There's so much talent. What was your...
I think watching it as a kid, like Mad Dog Vachon, in black and white, it kind of went to color.
Right.
Like almost overnight when he started gathering all the territories and making it a bigger promotion.
Yeah. What would you say your... Actually, two things. Your most memorable moment and your favorite moment. Because sometimes they can be different for different reasons.
Yeah. Probably my most memorable moment is when a young kid came up with his autograph book, and I was the first person to sign it.
Oh, wow.
And he goes, yeah. And his dad was all happy, and I was signing his book, and he thanked me, and I thought that would probably be one of my most memorable moments. And probably most of the autographs that I signed were very memorable.
Yeah.
Because I thought, geez, somebody actually thought I was a good wrestler, or
yeah,
appreciated the effort or whatever.
Appreciates
I think that would
appreciates what you put into the business and the effort you put into putting on a good show. Yeah.
Exactly. So I think that would probably be the most memorable. What was the other question?
What would be your favorite? Like, now that could be a lot of things. That could be maybe you were a tag team partner of somebody, or you were on the same venue as somebody and you were like, wow, I get to be on the same venue as this dude. You know what I mean? Just something like that. Like, what would you say, or maybe you have more than one, I don't know.
Oh, I do have more than one. It would be hard to pick one.
Then tell me about some then.
Spending the day with the animal, and actually going into McDonald's with him, and we're talking about eating competitions, and I ate 3 Big Macs in under like a minute and a half. And he goes, wow, I would never challenge you to an eating contest.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, it was funny. I don't know. I had so many memorable moments. Like I tag team with Brutus the Barber Beefcake.
See, now that's badass.
I tag team with... Oh, it is. When I talk to people, I go, well, I've had the same tag team partners as Hulk Hogan. And things. Each thing kind of has a different memory.
It also says a lot.
I really enjoyed that.
It also says a lot about you as a performer, that they felt comfortable enough allowing you to... Because what a lot of people don't know is professional wrestling is a very, very, very dangerous business. It's scripted, yes, but the action is very real. They aren't allowed to wail on each other maybe as hard as they did during the 60s and 70s when it was really... Like, I mean, they people got really hurt back then. I mean, most of those guys were real wrestlers and fighters, right? So it was a different breed altogether. But
I've taken chops from guys where afterwards I don't know if my ribs are crushed or if I can breathe.
Yeah,
like
I don't doubt that. Hard. And I mean the chair shots and tables and ladders and jumping off of cells, and it's crazy.
Well, I've seen Devin pile drive people through the tables, and that is like the pile driver. You got to have a lot of trust in the person who's delivering.
You betcha
that they're not going to break your neck.
Yeah, you betcha. I mean,
so,
in some promotions, they actually ban the pile driver.
Oh, they have.
Yeah.
You don't see it in the WWE anymore either.
No, only the Undertaker.
It's a career-ending mistake.
Yeah, only the Undertaker does that.
Does he still do it?
The Tombstone? Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
But I
yeah.
mean, he's been doing it for so long, he's not hurting anybody.
No, but it only takes one slip.
It does. It's dangerous. That's what I'm saying. Did you ever get injured?
Yeah. Not badly, but I was in a match one time where I believe, truly, I believe it was a French English thing.
Okay.
He didn't quite understand what the French wrestler was saying, and big French wrestler. He picked him up, and I think the one guy thought he was going to turn him,
Right.
and he just put him straight down, and he broke 3 of his ribs.
Ooh, damn.
And the, and and the guy finished the match.
He finished the match with broken ribs.
Yeah, with broken ribs.
That is crazy.
And yeah, I thought, wow, because I asked him if he was okay, and he kind of went, yeah, okay. It's like, so good.
So you've been a tag partner with Brutus the Barber Beefcake. So you have to tell us a little bit about that.
Really nice guy. I actually had him over to my house. He signed some autographs. But when you get that opportunity, it's like being the kid on the bed again. Tagging your brother in and going, come on, Brutus, tag me in, right? And you get to live it.
Now, is he
right? We still did the strut. We cut the guy's hair and everything. And Brutus really included
you guys cut his hair?
In the match. Yeah,
that's
not Brutus.
badass.
I think it was Sexy Eddie. We cut his
Sexy
hair.
Eddie. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That is awesome.
A guy who has a crotch fetish, but anyways.
Hey, I mean, if Bret the Hitman Hart could have a crotch fetish, I mean, they all can. I mean, Bret the Hitman Hart delivered more low blows, I think, than he might have even done more than Ric Flair.
He could have. I really like Bret Hart.
He's my favorite wrestler. Everybody asks me all the time, who's your favorite, and they're expecting me to say Stone Cold or The Rock or no, man, it's Bret the Hitman Hart. That dude was professional wrestling personified. He
oh yeah.
The Hart family period, in my opinion, is the, other than maybe the Maivia family, High Peter, Chief Maivia, and all, so you can't not mention them. But other than the Maivia family, I think next in line is the Hart family. I just do. I believe that.
Yeah. Yeah, the Hart family's been around forever, and Stu Hart trained probably, 50 to 60% of the wrestlers at that time.
Yeah, and even some later. Like there was modern day superstars before. They don't live there anymore, and obviously Stu Hart's not training anybody anymore. But no, but he trained. Tyson Kidd trained with him.
Yeah.
He married an Italian Idol too, so that probably helped him out a little bit. I'm sure that didn't hurt. That didn't hurt him any more than it did Triple H getting to date Stephanie McMahon.
Oh no, he did very well with that.
Yes, he did. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
So you tagged with Brutus the Barber Beefcake. Did you tag team with anybody else? Like anybody that?
Honky Tonk Man.
You actually tag teamed with him?
Yes.
Oh, I thought you were just at the same
tag team.
Sorry?
No. At a later promotion, the one that Animal was at,
right?
I got to triple tag team with Honky Tonk Man.
Christian Cool, welcome to the show. My co-host is here, but he's in the chat room right now, entertaining the chatters. But he has made his presence known. Christian Cool, I'm talking to John the Grape Crusher Maloney. There is a story behind that. We'll get to that in a little bit. We'll just recap that real quick. But it's about his ventures with Great North Wrestling. He's tag teamed with Brutus the Barber Beefcake. He's just about to tell it. Yeah, he's telling us about his tag team, Honky Tonk Man, right now. It's all very, very interesting. So thanks for showing up, my friend. He's actually early. Normally he doesn't show up for another half an hour. Yeah, actually
Probably
on
heard I was
time
on the
tonight.
show.
Good. Yeah, he wanted to know what was going on. So yeah, tell us about the Honky Tonk Man. Like, how was it tag teaming with the Honky Tonk Man? Was he a good tag team partner, or was he a better singles competitor?
I would say he's a better singles competitor. Um, like
Sorry,
I said
Christian.
before, he's very angry.
They just told me to let you talk, so I guess I gotta shut up. It is now the
Yeah,
John
it's
the Great
okay.
Crusher Maloney show.
It is as soon as I step in the ring.
Well, this is your ring tonight. The Archerverse is your yard, so you tell us everything you want to tell us.
Awesome. But getting in the ring with Honky Tonk Man was a lot of fun. But like I said, he's very angry. He was always upset. Like he started complaining that the match was going on too long, you know. And you kind of feel like just kind of kicking him out of the ring, or laying a beating on him. Things like that actually happen. If you one night, my last match, like I missed a move, right? And the
Yeah.
guy that I was wrestling against got really angry. So he kind of changed the match a little bit, and he kind of laid a little bit of a beating on me.
Oh,
But,
lovely.
like that's part of it.
Yeah.
It's kind of part of it,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
You try
It
not to make
happens.
the other guy look bad or good or whatever. And a beating it as in, the form of chops. Like you give the guy a few extra chops, or, a couple extra forearms or whatever.
Right.
All that stuff is really real.
Oh, yeah, I
And when
don't
you
doubt
get
it.
hit, you're getting hit.
I remember.
But
I remember the story about Andre the Giant and the Ultimate Warrior. It reminds me of that.
what was that story?
So Andre the Giant wasn't exactly the biggest fan of the Ultimate Warrior, and the Ultimate Warrior didn't like to follow instructions. So when he was wrestling Andre the Giant, he decided he was going to try and do something that the Giant didn't exactly like. So the Giant cock-blocked him, if you will, and ended up injuring the Warrior a little bit. But the Warrior did behave for the rest of that match. Now, nobody would have known that because, I mean, if you run into a 7'8", 540-pound giant, it's probably not going to feel great. So I actually watched that. I'm trying to think. It was either the Andre the Giant biopic on HBO, or I watched another one. No, actually, I think it was the Andre the Giant biopic on HBO. They cover a lot. That was a sad story. The whole thing is sad, especially when you find out that Andre was made fun of and mocked and laughed at and other such things. A lot of issues. But did you ever meet Andre?
No.
No.
Actually,
You saw him wrestle?
I
Yeah.
saw him, King Kong Bundy, Big John Studd, and Hillbilly Jim wrestle in Toronto.
That's awesome. Toronto's always been
Oh,
big for
yeah.
wrestling.
Oh, it has. And Andre the Giant, I watched him, rip apart a real chair. Like, it was nothing. It literally crumbled in his hands.
Yeah, I'm not
And
surprised.
I thought, my God, yeah, solid power.
So the
He was
first,
probably
go ahead.
he, he he was probably one of those guys that you didn't want to cross in the ring, because he would really even hurt him
Yeah.
if he wanted to.
Oh, yeah. Exactly what happened.
Yeah. Oh, it does. Yeah. You want to make each other look good. You don't want to hurt anybody. Like, most guys take their own bumps,
Yeah.
but they're counting on you to do things properly.
Well, yeah, you have
And if you
to.
don't, yeah.
Yeah, you got to be able to sell your partner just as well as the match.
Oh, yeah. And if you don't sell, they'll make you sell it.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Christian Cool says he heard
Yeah.
about the Andre Warrior story through the Andre documentary. It was funny as shit. He says it was funny, and the Warrior at that time, and he needed the lesson, and Andre was the perfect person. Because I mean, what was he going to do to Andre the Giant? If it,
Nothing.
you know what I mean? If it had been anybody else, there might have been more of a confrontation. But nobody crossed Andre the Giant.
No. He was a big man.
Oh, Jesus.
Super nice from everything I read.
And
though.
strong as an ox. I mean, when he was younger, he was so athletic. Like e- even at 7 foot tall, before he got really gigantic, he could still do like moonsault off the top rope and stuff. Like it's crazy what he could do as a big man.
Well, when I mean he grabbed a chair and just crumbled it, like there wasn't any effort. Like it crumbled in his hands, and you kind of went, "Fuck, this guy!" Like
Yeah,
effortless in everything that he did. At
his hands are
least in the
ginormous.
match that I saw. Oh yeah, yeah. I think he's got the world record of beer drinking too, of 144 beers in a sitting.
In a sitting, yeah, it's crazy.
In a sitting,
In a sitting,
yeah,
yeah, isn't that insane? Jake the Snake
it is insane.
Roberts has a lot of amusing stories about Andre the Giant. Did you ever meet Jake?
No, but I met Bushwhacker Luke,
Did you?
who was, yeah, he was an interesting guy. I actually reffed the match. And what was interesting, he always really did really good matches, like calling them and that. Like that's what he was known for. And we went back in the room, me and the guy he was wrestling against. He told us the match we were going to do, kind of explained everything. Says, this is how it's going to go. So 2 minutes later, he came back and he called a whole different match. Then
Wow.
we were in the ring. He was calling the match as we were going, and none of us knew what was going on. We were thinking, "Fuck, is this guy still with us?" But he was in his 60s and still taking bumps.
Wow.
Yeah, it was obvious because he didn't know what match he was calling.
Do you,
But
do you
good
have a
guy, though.
favorite match, like that you participated in yourself, or like maybe a title match, or
Um, Probably my favorite match would be Brutus the Barber Beefcake.
when you tag
Like
teamed
that
with?
was like being a kid.
Yeah,
Oh
oh, no
yeah,
doubt, no doubt.
yeah. When he kind of put out his arm and went, "Hey Graves, tag me in," I thought, "Fuck, I'm in the ring with Brutus the Barber Beefcake. This
Yeah,
is cool."
that is very cool.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
most people don't get the privilege of getting inside of a squared circle to begin with, much less, be tag teaming with a legend of the business.
Oh, well, like just being back in the dressing room with all these guys and talking with them, and hearing kind of some of the background stories of how things happened, or or just hearing about their everyday lives, like their kids, what businesses that they're in now.
Right.
It was just good.
Yeah.
But the amount of alcohol and drugs those guys got into, and steroid abuse, a lot of them, like that's what's killing them
Oh yeah.
off so young. Like
Yeah, I know.
I think Orndorff just passed away, and he was only 71.
Paul Orndorff. Yeah. Yeah, that's a sad thing.
Yeah,
And
it
that's
is
what it
sad.
was. Is what these guys don't realize is the steroids are slowly destroying their body from the inside out, and as they get older, it makes you incapable of doing certain things too.
Oh, I know. Like, well, I was working out heavy. I used to go into strongman competitions and things, and
Tell me about
the
that
amount
when
of
you're done.
steroids like people are doing. Oh, I've got to meet people in the strongman industry. Wally, who just passed away in Thorstenberg. I can't pronounce his Icelandic last name.
I know
He
who that
just
is. Yeah.
passed away in Carlton Place. But he brought all the strongmen, like Magnus von Magnuson, uh, Hathor from Game of Thrones. We got to meet him as well.
Nice.
Uh, yeah, it was really cool. Iron BB, who's got a lot of the world record log lifts and things. I was actually in the same log lifting competition as him, which was kind of cool. I kind of felt bad for Wally. He brought all these world class log lifters, and I did a 200-pound log lift that was not successful. I was the only one who got my picture in the paper. You know,
Great.
I thought, you've got Iron BB here, like a world class log lifter, and you put me in the paper.
So
Anyways,
did you ever wrestle like Brutus or anybody like in a singles competition or just tag team?
just tag team.
Just tag team. Did you wrestle
Yeah.
any? Did you wrestle anybody that you thought, hey, this is cool. I get to wrestle in singles competition.
Jeremy Prophet. he's probably one of the most talented wrestlers I've ever seen.
Jeremy Prophet?
Yeah, he's in Great North Wrestling. I think he holds the belt right now. Him and Devin put on phenomenal matches.
Yeah.
But he's the one who suggested that I get into wrestling.
Right.
And so he did my final match.
Well, I mean, Devin's always been a good wrestler himself.
Oh, well, Devin was an Olympic class wrestler.
Yes.
Like
yeah.
he was an Olympic alternate.
So in case anybody doesn't know, so just in case our audience doesn't know who Devin is, just explain a little bit who Devin is, that they would know him
Devin
as.
Nicholson. Devin Nicholson was an Olympic alternate wrestler. He's from Ottawa, and he actually had a WWE contract, I believe, or he was presented a contract, but he contracted hepatitis B from Abdul the Butcher. That stopped him from getting the contract.
That's crazy.
And he went through the treatment. Yeah, he went through the treatment. He's cured, even after he's always tested negative since, but he was never offered the WWE contract again.
That's terrible.
So, which is too bad.
It is too bad.
He's got a very successful YouTube channel, and he interviews all the old wrestlers and things, and which is really cool. Great North Wrestling.
Oh, Great North Wrestling YouTube channel. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. So, did you? He would be my most memorable singles match.
Oh, you actually wrestled Devin. Okay. Did you ever win the?
No. I have never wrestled Devin.
Oh, you haven't wrestled Devin.
Or would I?
No.
I've trained with him. I tried. He asked me one time. He said, you wrestled in high school, John," and he said, "Do you want to have a real match?" After that, 4 seconds was over. And half of that was him asking me if I was okay and still alive.
Awesome.
No. Yeah.
Did you ever win the Great North title?
No. Oh, God, no.
Didn't win that one. I did.
Too many people. No. People were too angry if I won it.
Oh, would they?
Yeah. Well, Jeremy Prophet is a phenomenal wrestler.
Yes.
Like, he's a high flyer, jumps up off the top rope and stuff. It wouldn't look real, me beating him.
I suppose.
Yeah.
What did you win? Did you hold any of their titles?
No. Well, I helped a lot with the promotions and stuff. So I did a lot of the interviews. I played the part of the commissioner for a while, which was fun.
Yeah, that would be.
Yeah, doing the promotions is a lot of fun.
No doubt, yeah. So
there's a lot of talented people.
Oh yeah, there's talent everywhere in the independents. Like the independent circuit is so full of talent. People just don't realize it because they're too busy being sold that WWE is the elite and AEW is second to them and everybody else is just underneath. Right?
Yeah.
So unless you have a... Sorry?
Which isn't true.
Oh, no. Not at all. Not at all.
Yeah.
So. But yeah, there's all kinds of talent out there. And again, in the independent professional wrestling industry is important because otherwise people might not get a chance to attend a wrestling event being a wrestling fan. And real wrestling fans enjoy all wrestling, not just any one product anyways. That's for your casual fans.
Yeah. And the thing is too, sometimes you'll get to meet the guys who are going to be in the WWE in a year.
Yeah, exactly.
And you can say, you saw them when they were, kind of in the independent. Like I saw AJ Styles wrestle Devin, and I got to meet him, I think it was 3 years ago.
Yeah, that's...
I didn't like him. He was kind of an uppity kind of guy.
Sorry, who was uppity?
Special, I think. AJ Styles.
AJ Styles, yeah. I've heard that before.
Yeah.
That he's a bit egotistical.
Very much so.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard that from other people, too.
I think Devin put him in his place in the match, though.
Oh, did he? That's hilarious. That's
And
hilarious.
from what I could see, it looked like he tried to actually really wrestle him, right? And that didn't go well.
No way.
No.
So who would you say is your favorite wrestler?
All time,
Yeah.
uh, I'd say Dan Severn.
Dan the Beast Severn. Yeah.
I really liked him.
Oh, he was awesome. Yeah,
At the,
I liked watching him fight in the UFC too.
well, that's probably where I liked him the most from. Like he's kind of a down home kind of guy from Michigan.
Yeah.
Like literally, when he went into the octagon, he didn't have any ringmen with him. He grabbed one guy out of the crowd one time and he said, "Do you want to hold the towel for me? I'll give you $20." You know, like he just kind of he wasn't into the drugs and alcohol. Was he a WWE standout? No,
No,
but
not
I just thought he was a classy guy.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. He's well respected in the industry for sure. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
even the
that's
UFC. I mean, they still talk highly of Severn when that comes up. I actually have a
oh
character.
yeah.
I actually have a character in the Archers name. Yeah,
Oh cool.
yeah. He's of course
Yeah.
the great nephew of Dan the Beast Severn.
Well, I was gonna actually have a match with Dan Severn.
Oh yeah.
Dan Severn was supposed to fight Shamrock
Right.
after I think it was after he fought who was that bare knuckle guy who passed away?
Oh,
I
yeah.
can't remember
I
his
can't
name.
remember his
It'll
name
come
either.
to me.
We'll think of that when we
But
don't want to.
no, I know. So it'll come to me at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
But he was going to actually fight Shamrock after that, and it was the same weekend that I wanted to have a wrestling match with him, so it didn't work out. But I told Devin if he ever wanted me to come back to Smith Falls and wrestle, that if he brought Dan Severn in, I would gladly come back for that.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah.
All right, so let me think
But
of. I'm just trying to think of a couple more questions. It's been I've really enjoyed the conversation. I appreciate the time you've given to us, and you know, I'm sure you've got a busy life, and here it is, just about midnight, and you're
wow.
taking time out of your day to come on the Archiverse, which is a fictional interactive league that we run on Twitch. And it's a lot of fun, though. We literally create a wrestling show 4 times a week, and we have over 30 streamers, and we're gaining new ones. But right now we have over 30, I think 35 or 36 streamers that have characters progressing through careers, winning titles, forming alliances, and stables, having feuds and rivalries. It's a lot of fun, and I have characters like the American Dream, Dusty Rhodes, and I have Ravishing Rick Rude and Papa Shango, the Godfather. Like
Rick Rude was always a good character.
right, and I have some of these old school nostalgic characters, and of course I have the American Badass and Stone Cold Steve Austin, and a few others that really make people remember. Because believe it or not, a lot of the following and the fans of the Archiverse no longer really watch wrestling very much because of the
I
current
can see
product.
that.
But make them remember a time where they really enjoyed it, and they have a great time, and it's just a lot of fun. Um, we've been this, like I said, this is episode number 122. That's how many episodes we've done so far.
Oh, that's wild.
Yeah.
Well, it's good you're keeping the old names alive.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, that's
You know, that's what's kind of nice.
it's a lot of fun. It is, and I love having
It
those
is a lot.
characters come to life and take on some of the new blood, so to speak, that's running rampant through the Archiverse. But
Yeah. Well, it gives us a chance to be kids again.
kind of, yeah, it really is. It's the chance to be
Yeah.
kids, and at the same time, we're meeting a lot of really cool people from all over the globe, and we're all collecting to watch a show and have great conversations and just really have a good time, and that's what it's all about. Um, I don't make people pay for characters, or they don't have to pay. People subscribe to my channel and they throw what's called bits, which is like throwing money at me, kind of, so to speak. And
Yeah.
but it's not a requirement. It's literally all for a good time. And we do it 4 times a week: Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. And then we have what you would consider pay-per-view shows, and I hold them once a month on a Sunday.
Oh, wild.
Yeah.
That's really cool. I'll have to check it out at some point.
Christian Cool says, questionable booking, but otherwise an awesome evergreen experience.
Oh. Yeah. What do you mean questionable booking? That sounds like a guy who needs to get in the ring with the Grape Crusher.
It is a guy that needs to get in the ring with the Grape Crusher. He thinks he's much cooler than he really is. He's just upset because things don't always go his way when it comes to booking matches for his boy. He's bitter. He gets bitter. Cool does. Mr. T, I see you. Welcome to the show, my friend. I call him Mr. T. His name's the Turret Man, but I rename everybody.
Oh, cool.
I rename everybody that I can to something wrestling related, or if they remind, like for instance, we have one guy, I call him Reese Cube. His name is Reese, but I call him Cube because he looks like a young Reese. He looks like a young Ice Cube, and even sounds like him. It's literally what drew me. So somebody introduced me to a podcast show. It's a great podcast show. We have a great community there too. It's called Trigger Talk TV, and they talk about everything from general happenings in life to video games to, you name it. They discuss it, and they're a bunch of cool.
As long as they stay away from politics.
They don't dive into that very often. No, they're a bunch of fun-loving guys, and they have a good time.
That's good.
Yeah. So, but so what happened was I was introduced to them, and I was busy doing something, so I stepped away from the show for a moment. All of a sudden, I hear this voice, and I'm like, man, that sounds like Ice Cube. What the hell's going on? So I went back, and I sit down for a second. I see this guy that even looks like a young Ice Cube, and I went, oh my god. And then I got to know them, and I kept going back and watching their show, and they just they just produce really good content. They're really fun guys and good people. So much like Christian Cool and the Turret Man, which are in the chat room right now, listening to the show. So I guess let me think. One final question. I have to get on the road with the show.
Yeah.
What do I want to ask? Christian Cool, anything you'd like to ask John the Grape Crusher Maloney? How about you, Mr. T? Any questions from the Peanut Gallery?
Well, I'll leave you with this. Probably the most memorable moment would have been when I got my grandson in the ring, and I threw him around the ropes, and I pinned him.
Nice.
That would probably be a big memorable
You pinned your own grandson. That's right. Absolutely.
He didn't stand a chance. He was 10 at the time.
That's savage. Beat up on your 10-year-old grandson.
Match.
A squash match. I get the Grape Crusher crushes his grandson.
Well, that would have made the news in town.
Christian Cool says, no questions needed. Very nice story.
Okay.
Well, we appreciate you,
Awesome.
John the Grape Crusher Maloney, and your stories from the Great North Wrestling and some of the superstars from Sid Vicious to the Honky Tonk Man to Brutus the Barber Beefcake. I mean, this has been a fantastic experience for all of us. We appreciate you lending us your time. And actually, I mean, it's not like we're anything huge, right? We're a small community that strive to have a great time building a strong community to make sure other people can have a great experience on Twitch and watch great content and get invited to the show. They can become part of the show. They can either have a character created, or if they have a PlayStation 4 or 5 or Discord, they can actually join the broadcast just like you're doing. So there's a few different ways to become interactive. We're as interactive as we strive to be as interactive as possible, so that people can have instead of just showing up to watch the show, which some people choose to just do, and that's great. I appreciate them. I absolutely love all the support that the Archiverse gets each and every week. It's fantastic. 122 episodes in, so we have a lot of fun. It's a great time. Christian Cool's a good friend of mine, so the Turret Man. Him and I met a couple of months ago. Him and I have become friends. So we're literally becoming friends. Like, the community is strong. They know who I am. Like, I don't even show my face on my show as of yet. I'm literally the voice of the Archiverse. So I commentate, do play-by-play, and we watch the matches together and have a great time. Like I said, I'm going to send you a link, and I'll send you a link to... Yeah, I'll send you a link to Twitch, and I'll also send you the link to the Archiverse Facebook page, so you can always check the show, because we always post the shows there as well. And
awesome.
Everything from episode 100 to now, I'm also posting on YouTube too. I'm exporting to YouTube, so I'm starting to post stuff there as well. The Archiverse is on TikTok, Instagram, Facebook page, Twitter, and Discord. So we're branching out there as far as finding different ways to market and advertise the show. We're coming up with new concepts and ideas all the time. And again, we are just a fan-fictional, fun, interactive league that puts on the best possible show we can each and every time we have an outing, 4 times a week. Monday, Wednesday, Fridays and Saturdays, and then Sundays are always reserved for pay-per-view shows. Although last night we did have a special edition of the Archiverse. We had an 8-man championship Gold Rush tournament, and we have once a month a championship Gold Rush tournament, and it gives 8 superstars a chance to try and win what we call the Grand Prix Wrestling Championship.
Wow.
Yeah, so my character won the very first one, which was the first tournament he's ever won in his career. But then
of course he did, Archer.
He did. Don't you start, Maloney.
You gotta set the bar.
Don't be getting Christian Cool going, because next will be Christian Cool going, and I'll have to listen to him all. He'll be like, "It's not just me. The Great Crusher said it too, Archer." I'll have to listen to him all night long.
Yeah, it was the Archer screw job.
Oh wait, Christian Cool does have a question. He says, "Did Brutus the Barber Beefcake ever explain his gimmick to you?" No.
He did not.
You know what? You know what's funny about that? A lot of people have that question. Like, where did that gimmick come from?
Yeah.
They've never explained that.
Well,
other than the fact he had a barbershop.
Yeah, he had the barbershop. Like, that was part of it. I can't remember. I never asked him. I should have.
Yeah, if you ever get a chance, and you'll have to let me know, because that'll be a whole story just in itself.
It could. It would be.
That would be fun. But I'm sure you've got a lot more stories to tell, and if you ever have time, we would love to have you back on the show. We really would, and we appreciate you.
I really appreciate you having me. It's nice to still be relevant occasionally.
Well, that's a real battle for professional. So Christian Cool actually had some experience with professional wrestling as well. He was training to become a wrestler. So
cool.
I think, I could be wrong, I think COVID might have messed that up for him in the long run.
It sucks. It's messed up a lot of things for a lot of people. You know, I know Devin was down in Texas during COVID, and he was promoting wrestling down there. And, you know, all these independent guys and the independent circuits for all these things, they really depend on fans and these little events that they couldn't do.
Right.
You know?
No, I guess I was wrong. I guess he did.
Everything.
I guess he did that in college, so I was mistaken about that. I thought it was more of a recent thing. He chose college over hope and prayers for a wrestling run. So I'm assuming he didn't think he was that good. He wasn't cool. Christian Cool was not cool enough.
Yeah.
Until he met his character, Christian Hart. Christian Hart, he's living vicariously through, and very well, actually. His character is doing very well in the Archiverse. It's almost disgusting. He actually beat my character last night, whooped his ass. But
this is good.
It is good. I
guess it's good. Yeah.
Well, my character's... Yeah, absolutely. Again, we would love to have you back on the show. I'm sure you have lots more stories and more things you can entertain us with. But John the Grape Crusher Maloney, ladies and gentlemen, from Great North Wrestling, we appreciate you. Thank you very, very much, and I hope we talk very, very soon.
Sounds good.
All right, my
Thanks,
friend.
Archer.
You are certainly welcome. You have a great night.
You too. Bye now.
Bye. So how awesome was that? John the Grape Crusher Maloney from Great North Wrestling lent us his time to discuss some of his ventures in the independent wrestling circuit. That was a lot of fun. Hopefully we get a chance to talk to him again sometime soon. And of course, I have other connections. I do plan on making some calls and seeing about talking to other people that have had ventures in professional wrestling, whether it be the independent circuit or even a little bit higher. I do have higher connections. We'll talk about that another time. But Christian Cool, by the way, the co-host with the most for the Archiverse, also knows people in the independent professional wrestling circuit. So who knows? We may have people that Christian Cool knows coming onto the show and entertaining you just like the Grape Crusher John Maloney just did. But we certainly appreciate the Grape Crusher. That was fantastic. But now it is time to get on with the show. And ladies and gentlemen, just for this one night, we're going to skip the power rankings. We're going to skip the championship landscape. We're diving right into the show. We're going to get on with the program. It is Raw is War here at episode number 122. Again, we have 7 matches, 4 championship matches, and we're going to kick things off with the vivacious Ivy Montana. And I can't tell you for 100% certainty what Ivy Montana is up to, but I do know that she was an undefeated and formidable WWE World Heavyweight Champion and has yet to have her rematch against Reese the Voice Williams, who just defended his championship not too long ago. Oh, right, didn't do that, did I, Christian Cool? Because I was too focused on getting the Grape Crusher on the show. I was wondering why you didn't join us.
And so do we.
That makes perfect sense now.
Now you know what we've got in store, so don't change
Raw
that
is
channel.
War coming live from Leipzig, Germany tonight. Give me one moment, Coolio. I'll add you in to the broadcast. Be just a moment. And there we go. You should be good to go. And by the way, the Turret Man, Mr. T, seeing how you're lurking, you need to get your ass on the broadcast. We're going to get this bitch kicked off. And Christian Cool, Coolest Cat in Town, the co-host of the most, is joining the host with the most on the most must-see show on Twitch TV, the Archiverse TV. Welcome, buddy. How you doing? Appreciate you showing up early tonight. You were even here early tonight. I was shocked. I was wondering why you didn't join me on the broadcast when we were talking to Mr. Maloney, but now I understand.
I didn't want to start whining about your audio production, considering I just figured you had some other method of communication with him, and I just wasn't gonna
whine about not being able to come onto the broadcast. I appreciate that.
I wasn't gonna.
I appreciate that.
I just figured I'll just let dogs lie and fucking wait. And
I can't believe that the Grape Crusher pulled a Christian Cool on my ass. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I did.
I was like, no, you gave Cool ammunition for an entire week with that, Mr. Maloney. Mr. T says, don't you need someone in the chat? We need your ass on the broadcast. Everybody else will filter in later. The broadcast is just getting started. I mean, people don't normally... well, actually, some people are here by now. But Dynamite Jesse Lee is still streaming. And there's a couple other people still streaming. They'll be along. I'm not worried about that. We have a show to run. It does not matter, Mr. T, how many people are in the chat room. People wake up at 2, 3 in the morning to watch the Archerverse when they wake up for their morning coffee in Denmark, in Germany, all around the world, to listen to Christian Cool and myself. And, you know, if you actually joined us, and listened to what we have to tell you every time we have a broadcast, you know, you'd be here with us, and they would know who you are too. And wait for it.
And wait for it.
I'm waiting. Nothing? Did it go over his head? It couldn't have.
It probably brushed his hairline.
I'm starting to think it did. You saw what I did there, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I heard it. I don't know about seeing it.
Well, fair point. In any case, while we're waiting for Mr. T to either have a comeback for that, or question what was said, or get his ass on the broadcast to join the most must-see show on Twitch TV and entertain the fans like they've been asking, it isn't just Cool and I. Other people have asked. Bromer, Distinct Cone, CGTV. Although he could be joining too now that I think about it. Huh. I hadn't thought of that at the time. In any case, Mr. T, we know your PlayStation is working. It is time to stop evading, avoiding, tucking tail, and running. And time to join the most must-see show on Twitch TV, Mr. T. You can't hide behind the Turret Man channel forever. It's not the way life works in the realm of Cool and Archer.
Don't drag me into this. This is your beef.
I'm dragging you all around the friggin' room. Locker room, parking lot, backstage, squared circle.
Maybe if you were the Grape Crusher, which you are not.
All right, Ivy Montana is going to grace us with her presence, and I'm assuming, and I do say assuming because I don't know for sure, but again, no rematch has been had for Ivy Montana. Reese the Voice Williams, however, just defended in great fashion the WWE World Heavyweight Championship, and I'm sure Ivy Montana saw that matchup, and I'm just guessing that this is about Reese Williams in that WWE World Heavyweight Championship. I'm not betting on it, however. We've seen how that goes in the past.
Yeah, you're not good at betting. You shouldn't bet.
I should never bet. I actually got I don't like to talk about it, but I actually got banned from a match once because of a bet. So I try not to ever do it.
Oh, so speaking of betting, Vanessa probably realized how much of a bad idea it would be to take me to a casino.
Uh-oh.
We were at that arcade up in Ann Arbor this past weekend.
Right.
And I'm just like, I'm constantly putting quarters in these stupid machines trying to like land the ball in a certain hole to get the tickets, and I'm constantly just throwing quarters in. She's just like, will you stop?
Right.
You're not going to get it. I'm like, but it might be the next one.
Did you win anything?
No, I won
No.
tickets, but not enough to make it worth the
this
damn.
guy
She's just
came
like, you
prepared.
suck.
Let's see what he has to say.
So I'm assuming she's a frequenter?
No, it's just no. She was bragging because like she played like 2 games of skee ball,
Right.
and her tickets didn't come out. So the guy comes over, fiddles with the machine, and all of a sudden this thing spills out like 200 tickets. And I'm like, no way you got all that through 2 games of skee ball. That's gotta be all pent up. You just won all that. She's like, what? At least I'm not wasting all my quarters.
Mr. T, I got it this time. This time. No, this time. Now, this time. I'm serious this time. What the what is he? Has he been hanging around low?
Seems a little cocky.
I hope not, because I had to. Oh, dude. I had to ban Lil from my chat for like 10 minutes earlier today.
That is cool. Trying to win at the game. Oh! Nice.
Yeah, that's exactly how I sounded. I got it this time.
Wow, so ladies and
seriously,
gentlemen.
this time. Now, this time.
the Turret Man fired the first shots of the evening tonight. How about that?
I mean, it's good to see him that he's got some offense and not just all defense.
Ooh.
Looks like he's going
wide
to
receiver.
his presence once more. He looks very focused
More
and
like a
ready to make
tailback.
a point. This crowd obviously wants to know what's going on.
I was trying not to go there. You went there. You went all the way there.
I went there.
You went all the way there. Now, Mr. T, pick up the paddle, the controller, whatever you want to call it, press the button, attach your headset, join us on the show. Do it now. We order you to join us on the dark side of the Force. You know, this is one of those times I should have bet, because it was Reese Williams that she called out. But if I had have bet, I don't know, she probably would have called out the Ultimate Warrior or something stupid. Just like
Probably.
the time...
Loud and
Well, that happened before. That happened to me before. That's exactly what happened. Jay Simmons was supposed to be... Who did he lose the title to? I'm trying to think.
I don't know. He's been a loser for so long. I can't remember.
think it might have been Gabriel Michaels at the time. So, I could be wrong about that. I'd have to go back and look. But anyways, instead of challenging the person that beat him for the championship, for whatever reason, he calls it the Ultimate Warrior. And I'm like, what? And so the thing was, I literally said, I guarantee you that he's calling out so-and-so. If I'm wrong, I'll even ban myself from a match. I was wrong. Called it the Ultimate Warrior. And I was like, what? Why would he be calling it the Ultimate Warrior? For any reason.
Why, Archer?
I do not know. That was the point. I did not know why. It made no sense, and I got banned as a result.
You mad, bro?
Which I'm sure it, appeased some people.
Sounds like it sucks to suck.
Sounds like it sucks to suck. You would know a little something about that, wouldn't you, Mr. I sucked balls 333 times?
Dude, you remember that number. It's terrible. I really wish I landed on a better number. Now it is what it is.
Mr. T is looking for his PlayStation. That's why he's so quiet. That or he's staring at Ivy's ass. I'm not sure which.
It's a nice ass.
It is a nice ass. It's very sculpted.
Ivy would even tell you how much of a nice ass it is.
I mean, yes, Ivy would. Mr. T says, I can do two things at once, then try to do three things at once. And get your ass on the program. I think he's scared. He is scared.
I would be.
He's afraid of Christian Cool.
Most definitely.
Team the Turret Man shaking in their boots because Christian Hart happens to be in the building. You don't even know if he's scheduled for a matchup tonight.
I got to tell you, I can't really make heads or tails of that. Oh well.
Well, could just look at the spoilers.
More exciting than that promo.
Is it just me, or was that a very long promo segment? To which Reese the Voice Williams wins the Battle of the Verbiage, by the way, called out by Ivy Montana.
I don't know if you noticed this, but there is some correlation when the voice has something to say, he takes a long time to say it. He likes to have his voice heard.
Apparently he does. He was long-winded tonight. I mean, we went all the way to the fifth segment in that promo. That never happens. Tonight it happened. The Voice laid a verbal smackdown on the former WWE World Heavyweight Champion, but if they are to rematch, can the Voice lay that smackdown again on that sculpted ass we were talking about, or is Ivy Montana going to boot the voice in the throat and take the title back? I don't know. You tell me. What do you think? Who would you bet on?
I don't know. I think Captain Microwave would probably bet on...
Captain Microwave. I like it. It's very catchy.
Yeah, I think I would bet on Ivy Molina there.
Ivy Molina? Mr.
Ivy
T,
Montana.
who are you voting for? If they were to step in the ring tonight, who are you voting for? I mean, there was no clear indication on when they were going to fight. The challenge was accepted, but nothing further. They just went on a big rant about who was better. So I don't know, but...
I mean, honestly, if I wanted to rant to Ivy Montana about who's better, I could just join a Mario Kart game right now, and we would be at it.
Enough of the preliminaries. Here we go.
Mr. T says I would probably say Ivy, but it would be a close match. So we're moving on to our first matchup of the evening, and we are opening up with some tag team action. We are going to see the twins of the Archerverse. Robert and Ryan Rage, the Disciples, are taking on Empire of Pain. The Wolfman Alan Severn and Cactus Jack. This is their first tag team match in a couple of weeks. Severn has been pursuing championship singles gold, but of course got injured. And then after that, came back and was in a motor vehicle collision, to which he actually missed an entire show. And tonight, he's stepping back into the squared circle, not in singles competition, but in tag team competition with Cactus Jack, and they are taking on the hottest new tag team in the Archerverse today, the undefeated Disciples, the Falcon Robert Rage and the Scorpion Ryan Rage. Now, the Falcon and the Scorpion have already secured a matchup at SummerSlam
versus the Empire of Pain
for the Archerverse Global Tag Team Championships. But, I mean, if they continue on the path they're on, it might be the New Foundation that they challenge next. Who knows? What would you think about that matchup, Christian Cool? What would you think, in all honesty? Team New Foundation versus the Luchadors, twins of the Archerverse.
Well, I don't understand how a Falcon and a Scorpion are twins. But it doesn't matter if both those animals were in the same species subheading on the fucking pyramid of life. The only thing they're going to realize is that there is one predator, a group of predators above them on that pyramid, and that is the New Foundation.
The New Foundation.
The New Foundation has to be built on something. Why not them?
Indeed. Christian Hart or Christian Cooley, you're going to enjoy tonight's show. Mostly because we all know Team Christian Cool and Christian Hart detest multi-man matchups, even though the rest of the wrestling world love them. Team Christian Cool, I think it's because Christian Hart specifically doesn't like them, because he watches everybody else lose their titles and not even have to become pin submitted. But if you do a little research, he is in fact correct. Christian Hart has never participated in a multi-man match, unless it was a pay-per-view and involved gold on the line. Whether or not he does not mingle with multi-man ladder. I mean, that is true. That is a fact. When he says that, he's not just blowing smoke. It is true. But I mean, multi-man matchups, depending on who's in them and the stipulation and what is at stake, can be absolutely awesome. But tonight, just for you, Christian Cool, the Archerverse management put together a very special card, mostly because we were having a special guest join us on the broadcast tonight to start off the show, so we knew there'd be some time constraints, so it isn't your typical booking. As you will see as the show progresses, I'm sure you'll mention it at some point.
I love how you find all these loopholes. All these, like, ways and reasons and rhymes and schemes that you find to basically lean yourself to endear on Christian Hart. I don't think he deserved this. You really go out of your way You could just walk up to him and be like, "Hey, dickhead, you're scheduled in as 6-man. Fucking love it." No, you don't do that. You act like you're like really trying not to do it, but you really just do it.
Well, not particularly. I mean, Christian Hart has only been in, one multi-man matchup since
My argument for questionable booking stands. Now let's get on with the show.
Your argument for questionable booking can suck it. How about that? But yes, let's get on with the match. I actually think this is going to be a great tag team match. I mean, Severin's rested up, healed up. I'm sure he's been back in the gym. Cactus Jack probably not, but I mean, that dude is always a beast, so it really doesn't matter. I'm interested to see because I mean, these guys have already fought. These guys have already wrestled, and Rage and oh no, hey, no, I'm wrong. That was Demolition. This is the first time these two teams have met. I apologize. I caught myself very quickly, though.
I was going to say, Severin hasn't been in here in like a month.
No, he hasn't. He's been injured, then he was in that motor vehicle collision, had to make reports, didn't even make the show, as a matter of fact. Somebody else took his place in the matchup and won. And I would recap that and tell you what it was, but do you remember who it was? Who took on...
that was Eddie Guerrero, right?
It was Latino Heat. Well, look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Christian Cool does do his homework. Mr. T, you should take lessons from Cool. See, that's why he's the co-host with the most. You, sir, are not even a guest co-host yet.
Well, how can he be a co-host? He hasn't joined the fucking broadcast.
Right? We've had Reese the Voice Williams, we've had Uptown B. Henry. Christian Cool became a staple and is now the Coolverse as a result. What is your problem? I mean, we've even had a professional wrestler on the show before you, Mr. T. And you, sir, have had access to the show for... Actually, I'm not even sure how long, but it's been a while. And you're still cowering and shaking and quaking in your booties and afraid to join the show. It is crazy. You know what else is crazy? This match is going to be crazy. Let's get it going.
Maybe, here's a thought process, Archer. I don't know if you ever thought about this, but maybe Mr. T's doing you a favor by not joining the broadcast.
The following
Mr. T is doing me a favor by not joining the broadcast?
Yeah. I mean, if Mr. T joined the broadcast, you know what it would be like? You know what it would be like? It'd be like having Roddy Piper on the fucking broadcast.
Roddy. Did you just liken Mr. T to Roddy Piper?
Yeah. It would be like having Roddy Piper on the podcast. He'd be putting himself over more than he'd be putting over the action. You'd have a hard time getting a say in, which would be strange. I think he would dominate the broadcast. I think you need to relax and enjoy what you have in front of you.
But I mean, Christian Cool, how bizarre and nonsensical is it that Mr. T, that we had a professional wrestler on the broadcast before Mr. T? I mean, what are the odds of that even? If you think about it. I mean, that is ridiculous. Mr. T, you, sir, should be ashamed of yourself.
Actually, given our backgrounds, it's actually not that far-fetched.
That's true. But we don't need to feed that to him. We do not need to give him excuses of why a professional wrestler was on the Archerverse before Mr. T was.
Wolfman Allen Severn in Cactus Jack.
Mr. T says your shame game is on point, Archer.
Yeah, I mean, it is. I mean, you're the best at making anyone feel bad about themselves. Just bring in Archer.
So you know what nobody really knows? The true story is Christian Cool writes scripts for the show and emails them to me before the show starts. He tells me what I have to say. I just say it. Otherwise, he threatens to report the Archerverse and have the show shut down. It's I'm being oppressed. I'm being held hostage, and nobody will help me.
I don't know who blames me for their, misgivings and their,
Don't believe
their
any of
ill-fated
that.
attempts in life more. I don't know who blames me more, you or Vanessa.
Oh, damn! If Vanessa's, is she one-upping me?
She blames me for everything. You damn near do.
I need to up my game. I can't lose to Vanessa. That's just wrong on too many levels.
Even on her way to bed, she said, "Tell your boyfriend I said goodnight."
Nice.
No,
At least
keyword.
At least she admits I'm part
keyword.
of the family.
My boyfriend. She didn't say our boyfriend. My boyfriend.
At least she admits I'm part of the family.
She didn't say that.
This is
the
it.
same
Tag
thing.
team action.
It's
Underway
acknowledgement.
here, guys.
It's admittance.
When I think of tag teams that can make a major impact on today's WWE, I absolutely think
Archer,
of these
you're
two
happy
teams.
if your dog dry humps your leg.
As long as he doesn't
There
have to
he
pee,
goes,
because then it's
crashing to the
that is
floor.
worse. So anyways, Christian Cool, later on, once episode 122 is over and Raw's War is in the books, and we are looking forward to the next show that's on the road to SummerSlam, we'll have to hit Discord and start discussing some of our future potentials for the show.
Oh, yes. We got a draft coming up.
That too. We have a draft coming up. We're going to have future guests. So here's the thing. We don't want to have special guests all the time because then it loses its intrigue. We want to make sure that it's... it gets old after a while. So we want to make sure that we're, not doing it all the time.
Oh, I hate to see it end like this.
Because the focus is the show itself. It's what people tune in for. Now, are they going to tune in and listen to the next professional wrestler that we have on the broadcast? Probably. Right? But we want to make sure we don't get too involved in having special guests and other such things that we lose focus on what is the real... I don't want to use the word focus again, but the real... what's the word I'm looking for, Cool?
Yeah, the performance put forth in that match tells me we're looking at
I have no idea.
Someday
well, I'll just
be
use
competing in the main event. Guys,
the word I already
say,
previously
that
used.
was an amazing match.
It's the real focus. But it can be a hell of a lot of fun. I had fun interviewing Mr. Maloney. He had a good time. And I know you've got connections, I've got connections. The future is the sky's the limit as far as things like that goes for us. We just got to make sure timing is correct and we're not losing ourselves and becoming a podcast. We are not a podcast. We are the best professional wrestling show on the planet. We are the most must-see show on Twitch TV, and we are the Coolverse and the Archerverse. That is what we are, and that is what we will remain. But it was a hell of a lot of fun, and I'm glad I was able to do that. And I've got other people. There's other things, like once in a while, how cool would it be to talk to one of your local councilmen or something? And it's good for them. It's good for us. People always have questions about local governments and things like that. I'm not just talking about stuff like that. I'm just in general. There's so many things that we could do, so many people we could have for guest hosts. It doesn't even always have to be a wrestler, you know what I mean?
Was the match over already?
The match is definitely over. They lost their very first matchup. Where have you been? I was actually waiting for you to say something. Plus, we were talking, so I wasn't going to interrupt you. But yeah,
I was eating.
For the very first time in the Archerverse, the Disciples have lost, and they lost to the Empire of Pain. What can I say? The Empire of Pain just beat the number one contenders to the Archerverse Global Tag Team Champions.
It's a very interesting concept indeed.
That is very interesting. I mean, where do they go from here now?
I don't know.
Now, mind you, the difference is the Disciples had one bad night. Let's face it, the Empire of Pain have had a few bad nights over the past month or so. So I guess there's that. But
So are you saying it's a fluke?
are you trying to get me to incriminate myself in front of an audience on live TV?
No. Just seeking the truth.
For Team Glenola to take offense to my comment.
No. I just want you to express to the universe, the Archerverse, the Coolverse.
The Archercast, hashtag the cool. We are not becoming a podcast. That is never happening.
That is not a thing. How many times do I gotta tell people when things are not a thing?
You know what?
That is not a thing.
I am on cool side this time. Totally 100% backing him. It is not a thing. I'm even going to use the words. It is not a thing. T. Will we have guests? Yes. Will we interview more people? Yes. Is it always going to be about wrestling? No. But are we going to become a podcast? Absolutely not. The Archerverse is much greater than any simple podcast.
Better question. When did the Turret Man and CGTV become the same person?
Right? Even CGTV's been ducking us lately, too.
Oh.
He's been showing up and lurking.
Unless CGTV hacked the Turret Man's account. That's why he ain't joining the broadcast.
That could happen. BRB, you got to make the Twitch account for those names. Wow. Mr. T wants to be timed out.
All right, we're not going to get this match or the show over with sitting on here watching
It is time to move on with the show. Time for the second match of the night. The first matchup didn't last exactly. Oh, wait. I guess we're not going right to the second match of the night at all. We are going to hear from the American Badass, who, by the way, just lost to the OG Kurt Jordan not too long ago. So I'm actually very intrigued. We haven't seen him since that loss. He did not show up Saturday night's main event. He did not show up in any fashion at the stadium for the tournament. We've heard nothing from the American Badass since losing to the OG. So this is interesting, very intriguing.
So I didn't know timeouts were only worth dimes, not quarters.
No timeout, please. Mr. T dropped some tiny little beautiful gems. And you think that 10 bits... I'm with Cool on this one. I mean, I think you're undervaluing the situation. It's all I had left. Cool timed him out. It wasn't even me. It wasn't even me, guys. It was Cool. That's hilarious.
How the hell are we How are we to support streaming if all we're gonna do is offer up nickels and dimes? Come on, people.
Right? Stop nickeling and diming us, Turret Man.
Yeah, at least quarter us.
What's this all about? You know,
I can spend quarters in a fucking pinball machine at least. It's all I had. He's a funny guy, Archer.
He's very funny. More like funny ha instead of funny ha ha, but you know. The American Badass is all fired up here for some reason.
Yeah, why is he all fired up?
For somebody that hasn't been around since losing the match to the OG. Undertaker says he must have been born on a highway. That's where most accidents happen. Wow. And he's actually calling out the OG. He wants a rematch with Kurt Jordan. But I'm sorry, that was hilarious. He says to the OG, he said to the audience, he must have been born on a highway because that's where most accidents happen. That's funny. That's funny. I don't care who you are. That's funny.
That's a funny joke.
That is a funny joke.
It's like the first piece of 2K18 writing I've seen that I've enjoyed.
That was
probably
funny,
not
yeah.
the last time we'll hear from him. This is gonna
I've
get
never even
interesting.
seen that before.
Let's
You know what I
listen
think,
in
though?
as he addresses the WWE universe.
The Unlockables all have scripted stuff that they say that none of the other wrestlers do.
Oh, probably.
Yeah. So the OG Kurt Jordan quickly answering the call of the American Badass. These two have already met in the ring. The OG was able to defeat the American Badass and retain his WWE Pure Wrestling Championship. But it looks like the Undertaker is not done with the OG yet. The OG has no qualms lipping off the Undertaker, as you can see. But by now, the OG has earned a lot of people's respect, including Team Christian Cool of all people.
The fans are eating it up.
You're saying I respect the man.
I did say that, yeah. You said that on.
No, I respect his ability. I don't respect the man that he is.
I don't know. I'll have to go check the VOD. I almost think that you said you've either earned or developed respect for the OG. I could be wrong. Perhaps you did say it in different words.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
All I'm going to let you know is the OG is not the face of the company. He never will be, even though he wants to be.
Even though he wants to be.
I mean, in all seriousness, Archer, would you want the face of your the face that runs the place, wearing glasses like that? Could
Shots
you market
fired.
that?
Well, actually, the OG sells merchandise faster than John Cena.
I know his shoes are very trendy.
His shoes are very trendy. I mean, the OG very quickly developed a very large fan base. And yes, I know you feel that Brovna and Simmons hold the OG back. You think he's capable of more than he gives. And I can understand why you would think that. And say that. I don't disagree. But sometimes you do things for the sake of friendship or whatever. You know, those are his comrades, his buddies.
The referee has seen enough, and this one is
loyal.
over before it begins. Come on, ref.
Can't knock him for that.
No.
No. Referee breaks up the altercation between Taker and the OG. Looks like these guys are ready to go to war. And the OG, I mean, he answered the call quick, so he clearly has no problem stepping back into the squared circle with the Phenom.
It's a bit of a confidence booster when you win
Coming
a match
right up is a
against
match
the
that
Phenom.
can change the course of an
true.
individual's career. We have a real fan favorite.
So this is a number one contendership matchup
Ladder
between
matches are one of the
Roxanne
most
Ramirez
dangerous and entertaining matches
and
in
Alita.
WWE.
The winner will go to SummerSlam and face Danny Sparks for the NXT United States Women's Championship. Roxy R is a decorated superstar, and we all are aware of her accomplishments, being one half of the Archer's Global Women's Tag Team Championships. She has been
United States Championship before. She's been a WWE Raw Women's Champion. And Lita, a 4-time Women's Champion, a United States Women's Champion, and she would love to get that United States Championship back. She held that loud and proud for quite some time before Dynamite Jessie Lee was able to secure a victory and regain that title. And then, of course, Danny Sparks shocked everybody and won that championship in a fatal 4-way. Didn't defeat Dynamite Jessie Lee, but did win the championship, and she is still the reigning defending United States Women's Champion. But tonight it's all about that title and the next contender that is going to face Danny Sparks at SummerSlam. So here we go.
Man, I don't.
Sorry, go ahead.
I don't honestly. I don't really know if I could pick a victor of this match. This is two capable women, very capable women,
and it's a great matchup.
Yes, it is.
Making her way to the ring from Chicago, Illinois, the Rebel Roxanne Ramirez.
Guys, this ladder match should be as exciting as it will be dangerous. If you're afraid of heights, I assure you this is not the match for you. Yeah, and for me, tonight will go a long way in determining exactly which woman is the most dominant in WWE. Same here, Michael. I'd say it's almost impossible to overstate the importance of this match, especially as it relates to where in the pecking order the winner will end up.
Oh my God. Archer, do you hear that?
I think everybody liked Lita. I don't think I know anybody that doesn't respect Lita in some fashion, whether it be for what she's doing now with her own brand or being still involved with the professional wrestling industry or what she did in the past. I don't know too many people that don't like Lita. And how could you not like Roxy R? This is going to be a fantastic match. And if anybody's wondering why there's Money in the Bank briefcase, remember, this, ladies and gentlemen, is Raw is War. This is a Vinny K show. And his concept is the Money in the Bank briefcase, not the $1 Million Championship belt.
By the way, Mr. T, who do you think's going to win?
We're going to win when Mr. T finally turns on his PlayStation and joins the Most Must See show on Twitch TV like he's been asked to and begged to by the fans and the hosts of the show time and time again. Speaking of time and time again, I do have to take a pee. I've been holding it for a while, and I really don't want to.
These girls are pushovers, that's for sure. Oh, she definitely looks ready.
Oh, hey, Mr. T is actually on the show.
I was trying to push him. I was trying to push him out the door so you could talk while he wasn't here, and then you still realize you're not fucking here because he's a moron.
That is fantastic. Welcome, Mr. T, to the broadcast. Welcome to episode 122. We appreciate you for finally joining us on the broadcast. But I do have to pee, though. I've been holding it for a while. I kind of want to watch this match, but I'm not a big fan of wetting myself.
Okay.
It's tempting. It really is. But it is not happening tonight. Maybe we'll have a contest of some sort, and instead of an ice bucket challenge, we'll have an Archer pisses his pants challenge. I don't know, but it ain't happening now is what I'm saying. I'll be right back.
I think we need to invite Lil back to the chat as much as Archer wants to talk about pissing his pants. All right.
Lil can be a bit of a challenge in the chat room.
Just a little bit.
I shall return.
Yeah. I will have to DM you something, and then you'll understand. Yeah, it was something.
She has got to take advantage here. This isn't good. I don't think Lita knows where she is.
Sure. Well, the opportunity of a lifetime reach is way up in the sky up there. You can't see it in the current screenshot, but it's up there, and they need the ladder to climb it.
That won't be easy, Michael, given the beating she's taken so
Yeah.
far. Look out. There she goes.
Nope. Usually it's they got to bring them in at some point. And then, you know, occasionally they're used as weapons.
Here we go. Victory is
Ladder's hurt.
guys. Not sure what they're thinking.
Those things are not fake. They hurt. Let's see. Granted, they go after certain brands or certain models, but yet they're not comfortable. You fall on them, you're hurt.
She's taking the fight to the ladder. Ladders are always a health hazard in the workplace, guys.
All right, I gotta find that.
Look at this.
I sent this to my buddy Jeff earlier when
now.
he was on
This is not how she drew this one up.
on my channel.
She's the kind of competitor that actually likes getting hit. It motivates her. And
All
this
right,
might
so
just be what she needs to put her over the top, believe it or not.
So if you want to look at your Discord,
Suplex.
check that channel out, and then you tell me, and then watch the oldest video. You watch the oldest video, and you tell me what you think.
We've got a climber. Here comes Ramirez.
And you understand why me,
She just has to pull it
me and Archer have taken. No, you can probably just forward it with your mouse a little bit even, and you'll see some wicked awesomeness.
Got the same move over
and that's
over.
sarcasm.
This is relentless. She's on a roll now. Inflicting great damage to the back region.
Anyways, it's crazy. Roxy R's not letting go of that briefcase, and Lita's finally got her to, you know,
right here.
let go of it, and knocked her off the ladder as well.
Look at Lita stalking her. Incoming. The ascent begins. One good pull and this match is over.
Lita always does that hurricane off the top so nicely. Okay, I think you've seen what I kind of intended you to see. Now you understand why me and Archer are kind of just like, okay.
Almost had it. What's she doing? She has absolutely no fear on that ladder right now. Not sure this was the best idea, but it makes for some dramatics.
These ladies are tearing it up, huh? Whoa. Roxy's not a fan of sharing ladders, I've seen. No. Now let's just see if she can unhook this briefcase faster than when Archer controls the character. Oh man, you never can tell with the AI in this game.
Nothing yet has shown me that one of these superstars.
We're not saying that these broads are dumb by any way, means, or any way, shape, or form. I'm just saying the programmers could have done a bit better.
We shall see. She, all right, she can win this thing right here.
I bit my tongue again. My God.
She's taking a while to get up here. I was just thinking the same thing. Lita has done it.
Oh, Lita. Yeah, you returned it just the right time. Lita is the winner.
And the new #1 contender to the Queen of the Ring, Danny Sparks, NXT Women's United States Championship. That should be one hell of a matchup. I did not think I was gone that long. I mean, I did stop up at the concession stand for a coffee.
Kicking off the night with an impressive victory.
I mean,
and you just know the rest of the card is watching in the back, wondering.
You were gone that long.
Follow that.
Wow.
Believe it or not, that's just the beginning, folks. Stay tuned
crazy.
for more great action.
It did not feel like that long.
Well, time flies when you're the only one talking.
Time flies when you're the only one talking. Well, you had Mr. T, so you shouldn't have been the only one talking.
No, all I got from Mr. T was, I know no wrestling, I noob. Help me out.
Well, that's okay, Mr. T. You don't need to know wrestling. You just got to be able to enjoy conversation and let Cool and I do all the work. We will do all the hard hitting and heavy
That's
lifting.
what he asked. That's what he asked. How do ladders work?
How does a ladder work? So, basically, they take the ladder, they put it in the ring, they open the ladder up and set it up, and they climb up the ladder, and there's either a championship or a briefcase, and they have to unhook it from the hook to win the matchup. Gotcha.
'22. And it's a different 2K team because that 2K team is long gone.
Yeah, it's a different team. I hope they learned their lesson, though, through 2K20, because we all took one giant, heaping, steaming pile of monkey dung on it. And I'm not holding my breath for 2K22, and I'm not running out to buy it either. I will wait, because it has to be better than 2K18. It has to improve on what is. 2K19 didn't do that. They took a few people that weren't on the roster already, added them to the roster, actually made the landscape of the game itself look cheap. Like, I don't know, it was just altogether different. They did not improve on it at all. There was no real purpose, especially if you downloaded any characters while you were still able to. Right now you can't. They shut down the servers for 18, but if you'd already downloaded those characters, you literally did not need 19. 19 was a waste of your money. It didn't even have different... Okay, so sorry, they added in the women's tag titles. And then 20 added in, I think... Well, it was altogether a bunch of nonsensical stupidity, but they added in the NXT North American title, I think. I'm not 100% on that, though. I've only ever... I didn't play 20 because everybody said, dude, don't bother. So when that many people tell me the same thing, I tend to listen to the masses at that point. But... So I'm not holding my breath. We'll see. Plus, don't forget, I have to take all my characters and switch them over to the new... Which means we'll be using 18 until that was all finished anyways. But I would have to take the time to take every character I have, create them in the new game, to make them playable for the show. So it has to be worth it for me to invest in it.
Well, let's see what Maurice has to say, shall we?
We shall. She is one half
What's
of the
this all about?
Archerverse
Look
Women's
at
Global
that.
Tag Team
She
Champions.
means business. Here we go. Let's find out.
So I don't know what she would... I mean, she was just competing for the Raw Women's Championship not too long ago, maybe a couple of weeks ago. So she definitely jumps in and out of singles competition. Christian Cool dropping some tiny little beautiful gems. Appreciate that.
I know you do.
Tonight is about business, Marie says. Here to make a statement. Mr. T enjoys the attire of the ladies of the Archerverse.
Coming off a little cocky right there. Could be dangerous.
I was just suggesting that you like the attire of the ladies of the Archerverse. Maurice is calling out Charlotte Knight.
Do you have anything to say about the attire?
Indeed, Mr. T. Dude. I mean,
Well, are you trying to say women are a product?
She must be here to set the record straight. She definitely looks laser focused right here. Let's listen in
or
and see what she's
suggesting
doing
that
here.
Cool and I somehow control the women of the Archerverse? I mean,
Oh, man.
that's crazy. Well, I didn't say I wrote the scripts. I said Christian.
And secondly,
Emailed them.
if Archer could create anything that looks like Maurice, you might as well call him God.
The G-O-D.
Maurice is a in-game design. Archer did not create Maurice.
If there's one thing that the French nation does well, it is produce fine-looking ladies.
Yeah, she is from Quebec, Canada, isn't she?
She is, yeah.
Yeah. Sad I remember that.
I believe, well, her and the Miz live in L.A. now, don't they?
Oh, yeah, they do.
Yeah. A fear of clowns? Like, so you don't like the movie It then? Oh, I thought you were suggesting that you did not like clowns. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, he was noting how awesome the script was. See, I would freeball it when I do promos. I'm one of those guys that if you give me an idea of what I'm supposed to say, I'll just go out and say it. Don't give me a scripted thing. I won't remember it with shit.
I mean, scripts are overrated anyways.
Oh, yeah. They're too fabricated.
They are. I'm trying to figure out if Charlotte Knight's actually going to, like, accept the challenge laid down by Maurice here, or if she's just going to keep dancing around it. And
I tell you what, though, if Maurice decides to shove boots in Charlotte's face, Charlotte might have to extend the size of her mask.
I mean, right now she's talking about being a boogie person.
Is that a mask or face paint? I can't tell.
For Charlotte Knight,
Yeah.
it's face paint.
Okay. See, I thought it connected like a mask. No, it doesn't.
I'm left with more questions than answers after that. I'm glad I'm not the only one.
Oh, Charlotte
What
Knight
just happened? I sure hope the match
defeats
is more
Maurice
exciting
in the
than
Battle
that
of the
promo.
Verbiage. Still no clear indication on whether or not she actually accepted the challenge or not. I guess we'll find out as time goes on. As for now, that was just a lot of long-winded ranting, and really nothing much came out of that. But Maurice did challenge her. So there's that.
Well, good for Maurice.
Good for Maurice.
Well, the last match did not disappoint, and now we're on to the
Another
next
number
matchup
one
on the
contenders
card.
matchup
And the time has finally come. Ladder
between
match on tap
Y2J
right now.
Chris Jericho and the man that just lost the World Television Main Event Championship, Stunning Marshall Omega. These two are going to battle it out. The winner will get a shot at the World Television Main Event Championship at SummerSlam.
The only thing stunning was that he didn't lose it sooner.
Coming up next, right here, is the match where you can expect the unexpected.
He definitely was not on his game that night.
Against an imposing adversary. And with the ladder in play, you know
Saturday night's main event was not kind to Marshall Omega.
Nah. A little less Mario Kart and a little more focus in the ring, he probably could have kept that title.
You are not wrong. Mr. T's doing brilliantly. Johnny Braddock, one half of the Archivers Global Tag Team Champions. We'll see how they do in singles competition eventually. I mean, they won't be having singles competition until after SummerSlam, but eventually it'll happen.
So you said CGTV has not been around, huh?
Well, the other day he popped into Christian stream, and he that same night popped into mine. But then I don't think I've spoke to him since. And Dabs has been MIA for quite some time here and there too. He messaged me, but I guess he's been trying to disconnect a little bit.
Fuck, who was I talking to the other day? I think it was Ivy, maybe? I was talking with Ivy, and, Ivy's like, I don't know when the fuck Dabs fucking streams. I'm like, yeah, he shows up.
Usually
I'm like, he shows up for one 12-hour stream, and then he disappears again.
Yeah, he did. But I guess he's just been trying to disconnect a little bit. He plans on jumping back into it sometime soon.
Another 12-hour stream, and then back out.
Poor 5-0. Don't be picking on 5-0.
Making his way
More like
to the
0-5.
ring, from Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada, weighing in at 227 pounds, Chris Jericho.
One of the best iterations of Chris Jericho there is.
Should be nothing short of amazing. I don't doubt that for a moment, Michael.
Although I do enjoy Le Champion.
This match might just steal
Le Champion is good shit. It's one of the few enjoyable things in AEW. I like the demo guy.
I'd like to point out just how focused these guys look here tonight. They really do, Michael, which makes me think we're in for one heck of a match here tonight.
I just don't get it. It's just they keep bringing in new talents. Like, what are you going to do with all these stars?
Right. Exactly.
They're more glutted. They're more glutted than WWE right now.
Yeah. Yeah. And I tried to watch that AEW Dark program they have, but it's not good.
Well, the problem is they don't really I don't think they really follow much in the way of storylines or continued storylines in AEW Dark. It's just more like exhibition matches.
Yeah.
And there's nothing to really grab onto or nothing to substantiate what's going on in the ring, because it's just like the next day, the next week, they're fighting just some other dude or some other guy.
And it's just more superstars from Dynamite instead of showcasing the rest of the talent from that show that they could be
from
showcasing.
Greensboro, North Carolina,
Yeah. Like they're overexposing their stars.
Oh, yeah. Huge.
Stunning Marshall Omega.
Big-time singles matches on deck here. And Byron, what should we expect to see here tonight? Well, given the shape these superstars appear to be in here tonight,
Stunning Marshall Omega looking at very
one of the most
focused
competitive matches we've seen in a very long time. Tell me, Corey, do you like his chances here tonight?
Well, it's hard to beat a person who never gives up. And I can tell you that he has absolutely
he's going to need to remain
no
focused if he's going to beat Y2J.
Yes,
one
I do
of the
like his
best
chances.
to ever step foot in the ring. If he wants to become the #1 contender, he's going to have to bring his A game and stay on point. Or Y2J will pick him apart, climb that ladder, and take that briefcase home with him.
Man, we got another ladder match? What's the deal? Is this how Vinny K operates? Like, fucking gimmick match after gimmick match after gimmick match?
He's trying to upstage AEW.
Yeah, he's trying all right.
This is why the Archerverse doesn't pull ladder matches out of hats. So who are we picking for this? Are we going to pick Marshall Omega, or are we picking Y2J to become the number one contender?
My vote's on Jericho.
You're taking Jericho?
Yeah. I think Omega needs to spend more time in the dungeon, in his basement.
I think it's safe to say the roof of this building just might blow off. Well said. And I'd also add that these superstars appear more motivated than ever here
Mr.
tonight.
T picks the former champion to become number one contender for the championship. What do you have to say about that, Christian Cool?
And how you land the
Hey,
big
you know so much about wrestling.
Wow, he just slammed him with ease.
But he does know about Omega and the Archerverse. He may not know much about Jericho, which is probably why he's choosing Omega.
Drop kick delivered with precision.
Nice drop kick right to the chest.
How can he
Jericho
walk?
gets right
His
back
leg has
up,
been
takes his
beaten
legs
and
out,
battered.
though.
It must be seriously
He's a
injured.
crafty devil there. Chris Jericho is.
Oh, yes, he is.
The point of that elbow delivers.
Trying to break the wrist of Marshall Omega.
Nothing gentle about
Nice
that
bridging
landing.
suplex. Jericho busting out some technical maneuvers.
The guy's got no regard for the rules.
Anybody want to tell Michael Cole
Look
that
out.
no DQ
Quickly
matchup?
taken back down.
You want me to ban him?
Fuck yeah. That is a
Oh, dude, we're getting
fantastic
raided.
idea.
Never mind, we're getting raided. Stone City.
Stone City has just invaded the compound and joined Archer's army. Appreciate
Man,
the
Chris
raid. How's
Jericho,
everybody
what
doing
offense.
tonight? Welcome to episode number 122 here at the Archerverse. It's Raw is War. We're on the road to SummerSlam. We started off the
He's starting
evening
to sweat
with
now.
an interview
This could
with
be
a
the start of
professional
an
wrestler.
ugly downward
And here we
spiral
are,
if he's not
leading
careful.
into
He
the
just has to
championship
make sure
rounds
this doesn't get
as
too
we
out of hand
progress
for
with the
him.
show. This is actually the third
Momentum
matchup
has
of the
a way
night.
permanently swinging one way.
Y2J versus
That's what he
stunning
wants to
Marshall
avoid.
Omega.
I definitely admire his style
For the
in
number
ring,
one
but as this
contendership
match goes on,
to the
he
World
has to
Television
remember
Main
that you
Event
don't get
Championship.
points for respect, meaning he might have to be a little more
Better get your
ruthless than
jokes on,
usual
Archer.
if he wants to win this match.
Somebody
Lightning
redeemed
fast
joke time already?
reflexes.
Yes.
Jericho
Damn,
struggling
you
a
guys are
bit. I fully
savages.
expect him to bounce back,
And
though.
who
This is the
redeemed?
type
Hold on,
of
I'm still
one-on-one
pulling up my
atmosphere
dashboard.
where he thrives.
Yeah, he's
Kazaraxi.
taking on some offense here, but that's to be expected, especially considering who he's in the ring with.
He seemed more
All right.
motivated than ever heading into this
New
match,
follows.
which makes me think he still has plenty of fight left in him.
Casarachi, or
Great
however you
hits like
pronounce that,
help
I
put your
appreciate the
opponent away
follow.
fast and early.
And you redeemed joke time. So I have a joke for you. Now remember, this is the Archerverse. It is no holds barred. It is not PG. This is a blonde joke. Cool, you're going to love this one.
Oh, great. I can't wait.
You're going to love it.
Using
hate these
every
jokes.
What do a
ounce of his
blonde and
body
a
on that
shotgun
splash.
have in common?
Oh, fuck. This can't be good. What, Archer? What exactly?
One pump and they're ready to blow.
Fuck's sakes.
Ain't no stopping him now.
Mr. T like that. I can feel him smiling ear to ear.
Derek Ryan Salt. This just might be enough for him to take the victory here.
Dude,
I
everybody
think
in
that's
chat,
it.
if your cringe factor isn't
Pays
at
for that
max, then you're going to enjoy more of his jokes. You should stay tuned and redeem more joke time if that is what is your cup of tea.
Actually, I'm having a
might have
coffee. I wasn't feeling like a tea tonight.
Whoa, look out.
Oh man, don't tell Vanessa that.
Make sure everybody follows one another.
Over for Chris Jericho.
If we're to grow strong together and remain strong together, we have to support one another in all of our endeavors here on Twitch. So take the time and click each other's follow buttons. That way we can all have live notifications when you go live, so we can jump into your stream and watch you do your thing and meet some of the cool folks in your community.
Out here, especially when there are no countouts.
We appreciate you for being here, Stone City.
We have to ask, everybody here in the Archerverse has to ask, and they want to know, what brought you to the Archerverse?
Indeed.
Were you already aware of how awesome the Archerverse was? The best fan-fictional must-see wrestling content on Twitch today?
He's one step ahead on that one.
Or was it the soothing voice of Twitch? The most must-see show on Twitch TV has the host with the most. Wow, Caps Lock is right. That was savage, sir. I'm going to read it anyways, even though it's very large and kind of weird. Yeah, you guys threw me a follow once, and I've been lurking you guys for a while. We appreciate you lurking, and we have lurked on your stream as well. Don't you worry about that. We don't just follow and not show up. That's no fun, and you can't meet more fine folks like yourself by not inviting yourself into the streams and channels and checking them out. If you want support, you have to be supportive yourself. Not to mention, I've met a whole lot of cool-ass people, yourself included, Stone City. So again, once again, I appreciate you for being here, and thank you very much for the raid. We appreciate it. It's been an epic evening. We started the night off with a little bit of fun. We actually interviewed a professional wrestler at the beginning of the show, and then on with the show we went with Raw's War, and this is the third matchup of the evening. It is a #1 contenders match. What wrestler? He's a Canadian independent wrestler. His name when he was wrestling was John the Grape Crusher Maloney.
Archer's Grape Nuts.
He spent time with Great North Wrestling. He was actually, he got lucky enough to tag team with Brutus the Barber Beefcake and the Honky Tonk Man, actually.
Archer's Grape Nuts.
Love City presence. Well, I appreciate that. We are happy to have you. You are certainly welcome. The other thing about the Archerverse is there's different ways to get interactive. You don't just have to stop by and watch the show. If you happen to have a PlayStation 4 or 5, you can always join our broadcast and have some fun on the broadcast. Or, currently, we're sitting at about 36 streamers here on Twitch that have characters progressing through careers, forming alliances and stables, winning championships, and everybody's having a great time with great conversations with a bunch of great people. And we, each and every time that we have an outing, we up the bar and try to give you guys a more fun show with better matches, more exciting concepts.
Here is your winner, Chris.
It is very cool, Stone City.
And Archer's Grape Nuts.
Somebody redeemed Silly Cool? Nice. Mr. T. You can always count on Mr. T for either Silly Cool or Joke Time. So yeah, Marshall Omega, who just lost to Y2J Chris Jericho, is actually, and we call them teams, because we're not going to call them Twitch channels. That's no fun. So they are teams, but so Marshall Omega is from Team The Ornery Knight. I don't know if you know who that is. If not, check out his content. He's a cool streamer, fun guy. He has a cool little community, good people. That right there, The Ornery Knight, decided to get more interactive with the Archerverse, had a character created, stunning Marshall Omega, and has been a champion. He was the World Television Main Event Champion until Saturday night. Saturday night was not kind to Marshall Omega. And Monday, Raw's War, also not kind to Omega. As you can see, Y2J Chris Jericho is now the #1 contender for the championship that Omega just lost, the World Television Main Event Championship. The road to SummerSlam is intensifying, both in singles competition, tag team competition, and the stable wars have been absolutely crazy. The villain of the Archerverse, he's one of the three from the place to be, Trigger Talk TV. The Tons of Funk Boys, this is Kareem Key Woods. He is the former WWE World Heavyweight Champion. He's been one half of the Triggered Alliance All-Star Champions and one half of the Archerverse Global Tag Team Championships. He has also held the World Television Main Event Championship one time, so he's very decorated. He's always up to some sort of villainy. And I can't tell you exactly what it is that he'd be out here to address the audience about, but I guarantee you he's got bad intentions plastered in that skull of his. Christian Cool, you're a big Villain of the Archerverse fan. Tell us, what is your thoughts on Kareem coming out to address the fans tonight?
He must have a lot on his mind. He doesn't normally like to just come out and just spit on the mic. He's a little more reserved unless someone calls him out.
Yeah, he's not like B. Henry and Reese Williams. He doesn't spit on the mic very often.
No. His ego is much less of the other two. But when something bothers him, he's going to let you hear it.
The interesting thing, the villain is one of those guys, he does a lot of talking. But once he hits the squared circle, he does a whole lot of walking, so it's really hard to dog on what he does.
Yeah, he does a whole lot of walking with his hands held high in victory.
And quite often, championship gold to boot.
A boot?
To boot?
Yeah. Sorry, everybody, he's from Canada.
Well, I didn't say about, I said boot.
What could this be about?
A boot?
And here it comes.
About, boot sound different.
A boot? A boat? A boot?
Stereotypical crappy jokes. Next you're going to tell people I live in an igloo. I love that one coming from Americans. Some Americans actually believe Canadians live in igloos or have at one point in history. First of all, let's discuss igloos. Are they in Canada? No, that's right, they're not. And number two, they were fishing huts. People did not live, unless they were homeless, I'm sure. You know, I guess there's a slim possibility of that happening. People did not live in igloos, folks. They fished in them. They used them as hunting cabins and a way to stay out of the frigid temperatures and many snowstorms that exist in the area which those actually get built. Cool's right, though. We do fucking put maple syrup on everything. Why is he calling out Archer? Why is he Archer's already... I mean, he just lost 2 titles. You dick. Yeah, it's not funny. It's not funny. That shit ain't fun. That is not funny. Do not encourage cruelty.
No. I mean, it was just crazy that Elijah Archer went from upstanding man who basically is the face of the company to biggest loser the company's ever had, and within a span of 24 hours. It was awesome.
Wonder what's on his mind.
I'm not talking to you.
Well, things are about to get interesting. Here we go. Let's find out.
You only say that because you know I'm fucking right.
Mr. T, do you recall maybe 48, 72 hours ago-ish when Christian Hart got demolished by Elijah Archer?
He wasn't ready. He clearly wasn't ready, and Elijah pounced on him and jumped on him and basically hit him on the blind side.
Although, to be fair,
you could say I probably had a cool out.
Smoked him.
But, to be fair, Christian Hart did just beat Archer.
God, that's still on there. But you gotta take that shit down.
Well, actually...
Oh, wait, that's actually Turret Man's Twitch handle? Oh, give me a break. That's why it's not taken down, because I was going to ask earlier, hey, do you have one for Mr. T? Oh, probably not. He's probably a jerk who doesn't respect Mr. T. But no.
I gave him his own command instead. I thought he could have a little bit of fun, which clearly he's having a little bit of fun.
Yeah.
I was working on a shout-out for Mr. T. I don't think I finished it. Hold on, I'll see if I can get it to activate.
No, he's got a good one right here, apparently with my name in it. I like cross-promotion. It works out well.
Yeah, no, I don't have it active yet. I wasn't finished with it. Because that's what it would have been right there. I'll go into Stream Elements later and finish it. I meant to do it at the same time I did CGTVs, but then just got... I think I started creating a character after that. Actually, I created their characters, and then forgot to finish the Stream Elements command. So actually, Mr. T, I appreciate you very much, and you are going to have your own shout-out. And now it's my main mission to make it better than Cool's.
See, I love it when Archer, basically promotes me. It's real nice. Real nice.
Slams the villain off the turnbuckle. See that? Oh, look at this, Hell's Gate. He's got a Hell's Gate locked in on the villain.
Well, apparently Archer heard what I said, because he is not happy.
This is not even a match. Oh,
no,
Archer
it's not a match.
going beast mode with Hell's Gate.
Yeah, he's getting all pissy, like...
Oh!
This one is being waved off.
Oh, look at that. Archer got back to his feet.
Oh,
I don't know, Mr. T. If you were to ask me, Mr. T, it's like someone crushed his grapes earlier.
Crushed his grapes. Did you hear that? Did you make it to hear the story behind the grape crusher?
No, I might have had to walk away from the computer. I was talking to Vanessa at some point during that too.
So, amongst other things, like he's been a councilman, but he also owned a winery, and
I just figured he liked to punch everyone in the balls like I do.
Actually,
I seriously thought that's what it all was.
We talked about that in a roundabout sort of way. You'll have to go back and watch the beginning of the show. So, Mr. T, we interviewed this gentleman for just about an hour. And he just gave us whatever time we wanted. He didn't even put a time limit on it. So, it was pretty cool. I was very appreciative of his time allotment, that is for sure. Absolutely. And it's not the last time I'm going to have a guest star or host on the show. As I was saying to Christian Cool earlier, it's not always going to be a wrestler. Maybe it'll be something as simple as maybe having one of my local councilmen on to discuss local politics and how they work. People always have interesting questions for people like that, but don't always have the opportunity to actually speak to them or ask them questions. I have different connections, and I am able to utilize them. And probably will from time to time. It's, again, like I said to Cool, I don't want to do it all the time. I want it to be a fun surprise and something we do with all the fans of the Archerverse every now and again. If you do it all the time, it just becomes, and again, we're not becoming a podcast, so having a guest host, becoming podcast, different. We don't want to be subjected to to being a podcast. We definitely are not a podcast.
We are not. That is not a thing.
We are not Nobody listen to Mr. T. We are not becoming
We
a
are not
podcast.
one of many. We are not one of many.
We are the
stand out,
Archivers.
motherfucker.
We stand out. We are not one of the sheeple. We're the most must-see show on Twitch TV, baby.
We're not innies. We're outies.
We are outies.
The championship is on the line, and it's all happening next. It'll be tons
Oh,
of fun
I see.
versus the Coalition. Title's on the line, and here we
Interesting.
go.
So, the villain's idea behind getting a title match, and of course, leave it to Tons of Funk, they got to have those Triggered Alliance All-Star Championships. But, I mean, it is a way to approach the Coalition about a championship match to piss Archer off in the process, who just lost 2 titles. The villain comes out cracking jokes and talking trash. And although it was actually a pretty back-and-forth altercation, but we saw a different side of Archer come out in that altercation. It's a little bit crazy, I think.
Yeah, so while those guys were fighting in the ring, a little birdie of mine told me he ran to the Voice while in the locker room, and the Voice said it's a real shame that Archer's just on a losing streak, because the streak will continue. And he said, let it be known and let it be heard, because he spoke of it.
Well, perhaps Reese should get into the matchup instead of letting B. Henry and the villain of the Archivers do his bidding.
I asked him, or I had my interviewee ask him
Perhaps
why
he
he
doesn't
wasn't
think he's
participating in the match, and she was told no comment. Which is really
It's
weird. The
intimidation.
Voice is... Yeah, it seems really weird the Voice wants to withhold information.
Withholding and hiding. Perhaps he's becoming one of those like Enzo Amore who can talk the talk, but can't walk the dog.
Well, he's gonna have some dogs to walk later, I'm sure.
Mr. T's thinking about that comment. I can hear it. Well, my dog was staring at me, so when I was going through what I was saying, I just about said, talk the talk, but we'd have already said that in the same conversation, so since he was staring at me with very creepy, and still is, stop that. I just popped out that walk the dog. That's probably why he's staring at me. Stop it. It's creepy, come on. Seriously. And keep your drool to yourself, sir. It is not welcome. At least not on me. Go drool over there. Drool on mommy's shoes. Look, they're right over there. Just in the left one. Don't chew them, though. That is bad. We will both die. I have shows to produce. People to impress. Cool to annoy. I have things to do. So do not chew mommy's shoes. Just drool on them. Maybe move them around a little bit and freak her out or something. Stop staring at me, though. Seriously, sir. Here we go. Tons of Funk versus the Coalition. And the Triggered Alliance All-Star Championships are on the line, so we've got some Stable Wars action as we continue the road to SummerSlam, which, by the way, incidentally, is just 2 weeks away, when we will see the Superstars from Raw's War taking on the Superstars from the Archiverse NXT. And the card is already building. It is going to be one hell of a ride. You don't want to miss it. It's going to be another pinnacle for the summer. And the Archiverse looking to pick up another big victory, if you will, over Vinny K and the Universe. Thus far, the Archiverse has defeated the Universe in back-to-back pay-per-views. And we won't discuss the ones before that. It's in the past. We don't bring up the past.
Are you okay?
There's only one member of the Trigger Talk TV boys with a championship at the moment. That is an interesting sight. You don't see that very often. Normally, when Tons of Funk walks into a room, they are all sporting some bling bling. By the way, speaking of bling bling, did Christian Hart get his tag title back from Simmons?
As far as I know, I asked Hart about it. Hart said, "Get back to me later." Preferably ask maybe about a half hour before our match.
I mean, they really should consider a lock.
Here we go. This is the match a lot of these people came to see tonight. And with good reason, Michael. This one's been brewing for quite some time.
Simple concept.
You figured with 4 of them there, they would stop anyone who would barge in, but, you know.
Well, I'm assuming, to be fair, because we don't want to call Christian Cool, stupid or anything, but I'm assuming that Christian Hart was probably elsewhere at the time of the theft. Which, by the way, did anybody report that? Or are they just going to rant and rave and then go to war over a belt? I mean, we know that the Team Christian Cool and Team J Negative Gaming, not on speaking terms to begin with, much less have Simmons pulling pranks on Hurt. I mean, I'm not trying to stir the pot, but
there might be something of a thing here.
Something of a thing.
Yeah, you might have to wait till maybe closer to the end of the show.
Closer to the end of the show.
Yeah, in fact, I might just redeem it now.
So, Mr. T, how was your day? And since we haven't really already given you a fantastic welcoming to the Archerverse, I appreciate you for being here at the show as always, but I appreciate you more for actually finally joining the broadcast. It's a pleasure to have you here. I appreciate you. And
yeah, he's actually going to finally shut up about begging you to come on the broadcast. Now he'll find something else to whine about incessantly. Thank you, Mr. T. No. I'll convince Archer that was a bad idea, and he'll never ask you again.
The villain, Kareem Woods. The champion.
Wow. He's like, wow, is that my out? Wow.
88 pounds.
That was harsh.
The Alliance All-Star Champions, Wildman, Elijah, and Jay, the Total Package, Iron Man, the Coalition.
Stay tuned.
You know, there's been many a time that the WWE have had people sitting in the announcer booth just for entertainment purposes and not for their knowledge in wrestling. Mike Adamle, ain't that his name? What's his name, Archer?
Mike Adamle?
Yeah, Mike Adamle from American Gladiators. He didn't know shit about wrestling. They fucking had him on the announcer booth forever.
For all the marbles as the
and honestly, the Archerverse. Adamle?
God, what a stiff shot. And right on the mark.
It was kind of like, mixed reaction. It's one of those characters that was mixed
One move
reaction.
after the other. It's devastating.
Yeah, he fucked a lot of shit up.
He did. He definitely did. But at the same time, he got a lot of things right, and I don't think he ever got the proper acknowledgement for that.
Delivers the
Too busy
breaker.
hating on him for some of the... I mean, he did some weird shit, though, so to be fair. I
Yeah.
guess there is that. But...
You could just tell he was totally out of his element.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he was definitely just a celebrity host for the sake of having a celebrity host is all that was about.
And he had that role for a while.
Yeah.
That's what happens
Yeah,
when
too
you're
long,
in a powerful
probably,
grasp.
actually.
You go
Oh, yeah. Renee Young.
Renee Young, I like.
Yeah, but I mean, she could even tell you in interviews that she was not ready for that role.
So much power behind that punch.
But honestly, I mean, the Archerverse isn't just about having to know about wrestling anyways. Right? Some of the people that watch the Archerverse and are fans of the product don't even watch wrestling, don't know too much about wrestling, but have come to the realization that professional wrestling has just a little bit of everything for somebody. There's drama, there's action, there's blood, there's gore, there's excitement. There's a show, an element of entertainment value that you get, especially when you have your own character.
It's no
wrestling
secret
through
that quick tags
storylines and
lead
winning
to success in the
championships
tag
and
team
getting
division.
involved in
And I'd say the
feuds,
quicker
tag
they can
teams.
make that tag here,
I mean,
the
it
better
really
their
brings
chances of
everybody
winning will be.
together. And the Archerverse is all about that. At the same time, let's be honest, you get a chance to advertise your channel on my show 4 times a week. I mean, that's if your wrestler is on all 4 shows. Coming up soon, Christian Cool and I are doing a fantasy lottery draft, so that actually won't be happening in the future. Because if you get drafted to Vinny K's universe, you'll only be going on either Raw is War or Saturday Night's Main Event. If you're on the Archerverse roster, you'll only be on the Archerverse NXT or the Archerverse Battleground, except for pay-per-views. At pay-per-views, both the universe and the Archerverse will, as always, collide. But lots of people watch and get involved with the Archerverse just because it's a hell of a good time with a whole lot of good people, and we have a hell of a lot of fun doing it. So, Mr. T, I'm glad that even in spite of the fact that you don't have a lot of wrestling knowledge, I'm glad you decided to lift up your kilt and join us on the broadcast.
Wow, what a punishing gutbuster.
And have a little bit of fun in a different manner. I'm not saying you didn't have fun in the chat and watching the show and then joining us on Discord anyways after the show. But it gives you that little bit of extra interactive experience other than having a character, which you already do. For anybody that doesn't know, the Turret Man, whom I just gave a shout out to, so if you haven't already followed the Turret Man, just click that link, check out his content. He's a hell of a good guy. He's become a friend of both Coles and myself. He's a frequenter of the channel and the show. He's always here when he can be. And tonight he's graced us with his presence in the broadcast, which we very much appreciate. Because we are fans of the Turret Man, just like he's a fan of the Archerverse and a fan of the Coolverse.
Indeed.
Actually, the 3 of us kind of all together, collectively, kind of came up with the Coolverse. As weird as that is. But very cool.
Now the Coolverse runs wild on my channel. It's ridiculous.
It is fascinating. I love it. I love how our 2 channels have just become intermingled to the point where they're almost one. There's the daytime version and the nighttime version. Jekyll and Hyde.
My God, is Archer going to get it here?
That's a hell of an armbar locked in, I know that. No.
He somehow breaks free.
Reversal by the villain, but the damage might be done, though. He was just gripping his elbow. There's no way that there wasn't some damage to that arm. Holy shit. Superplex to the outside. And now Ironman getting involved in the matchup. Oh, I'm never going to hear the end of this. Tons of Funk cheated. Or sorry, the Coalition cheated.
Absolutely. Oh, and he makes the tag. That was a game changer right there, Michael.
Oh, huge clothesline by Henry. Wow. Nice evasion by Archer.
If I had to say, I would say the Coalition's somewhat a little desperate tonight. Wouldn't you agree, Archer?
Are we really going to go there again?
Again? I mean, I'm pretty sure Archer doesn't want his bag to weigh 20 pounds less by the time his evening ends, okay? He didn't even say anything. He's shut the fuck. I actually shut up the host with the most. That's awesome.
The arrogance is ghastly.
Not today.
Is that Ghastly emote up yet?
It is actually.
Oh, I gotta see this. The Ghastly emote. Where are you? It was Ghastly.
It was ghastly.
The Brody Ghastly emote.
The villainous comments towards the host of the most.
Boy, he is rolling.
From one who was just whining about losing a championship not more than 48 hours ago.
Counters that one.
Crying, pleading, talking about conspiracies within the Archerverse that caused Christian Hart to lose his title.
Wow, that should be the final blow. Here we go.
And now I have shut up the
Big time
comments.
move.
See, it goes both ways.
Maneuver.
It goes both ways.
A quick pin attempt.
What do you think, Mr. T?
Not where he wants to be right now.
Yeah, you're not going to win many matches when you're down.
The ref in the ring is quite laggy tonight. Like, he is not counting at a very quick pace tonight. That I do notice.
He's inflicting
He's
some
laggy.
serious pain
The
here.
ref's a human being. He's not a fucking automaton.
Yeah,
Why don't you
but
treat
I'm
him
not
like
so
a
sure.
human being,
Back to his feet
Archer?
I'm not
He's
so
clearly
sure.
in a bad
And I
way
think
right now.
he might be related to the idiot, although this is a vindication. The one we banned from Archer Stadium.
The champ comes into this match.
We still got hard on about that guy?
motivated, though all the motivation
He is still
in the
banned.
world might not help here tonight.
He is not even allowed to buy a fucking ticket.
He's in a tough spot here,
He
Corey.
disgusts
And
me.
if he doesn't get up, it's going to get
He's
a
a
lot
shit
tougher.
nerd.
This is
He
what makes him
is
one of the best
ghastly.
in the business. Oh, and he slips out. Wow,
Iron
looked to me like he had
borders.
it locked in pretty good. I guess not.
Tons of Funk having a tough time getting the upper hand and keeping it against the
Nothing
Coalition
fancy
here
from him
today.
there. That was all.
They've turned the
raw
tides on a
power.
couple of
Oh, and he's
occasions, but
still down, Byron. Things definitely aren't looking very good for him right now.
we do need background checks. They're all shady.
He slams him down with authority.
Although I do like the ex-ECW referee. The man knows his job well.
Well, forgive me, Archer, but the ECW referees were kind of like lazy. All they had to do was count to 3. Everything else was free for all, if you remember.
Quite like this guy.
You're not wrong with that. I mean, it was, after all, Extreme Championship Wrestling.
Yeah, anything went, basically. All the ref was there to do was count to 3.
But some of Vinny K's referees, I don't think, can even count to 3. So he has a leg up on them at least.
Tag team championship.
Man,
Awesome tag team action there.
Well, I think we all just witnessed the art
That was a
of shredding a rival
superplex
to
powerbomb
Title on
combination
the line.
by Archer and Ironman. And look at that, the ref didn't even count. Those cheating fucks.
He's being distracted.
Cheating fucks.
He's in
They're
control.
gonna scream fair game because Ironman caused a distraction inside the ring. That's what their excuse is gonna. They
No, it's not
cheated.
over yet. Wow.
They cheated.
Part of me thought he was going to tap, Cole.
I mean,
He's in
Ironman
big
did not
trouble.
distract the referee. He just, accidentally, on purpose, got involved in the matchup. That is different. They distracted
He breaks it. I can't believe
the
it.
referee.
I can't believe I'm going to say this.
The
but
Details.
coalition
Details.
had
Unbelievable
the
that he broke
coalition.
out of that.
Ironman
Tag
had
game.
Henry
What the hell?
pinned.
All I'm saying is, at the end of the day, somebody's going to get a win, somebody's going to get a loss, and nobody's going to read the fucking details in
Doesn't show
some
any signs of getting up
encyclopedia.
here, guys.
They'll
No,
just
he's
have the
taking
crib
one
notes
heck of a
version.
beating, Michael. And his elbow.
Wow,
And-
springboard elbow drop by Archer. Right to the spine.
And one just better hope that it's the coalition that ends up on top.
The way I see it, this might be a good time for the finisher.
B. Henry seriously needs to make a tag here.
Vicious punt kicked right in the head.
He's moving like a man possessed.
He is not.
Only one place to go when you're stuck in the fireman's carry. Yeah.
Sometimes, Archer, I wonder if B just takes on too much.
Oh. Busted B open.
He is a one-man gang in there.
He's going to get some red on those pretty white sunglasses. That's going to suck.
I want to know how those sunglasses stay on.
Back in the ring now.
Man, oh man.
Despite
Henry getting
having an impressive spot
brutalized right in front of his tag team partner.
I'm told this superstar isn't all concerned.
Yeah, I asked
with
B
things
one
like
day how his glasses stay on during the match, and he just simply told me because they fit. Duh.
Because they fit.
What power.
I felt real stupid when I asked.
Did you feel stupid because you asked, or feel stupid because you got the answer?
I felt stupid because I got the answer to my question.
Power bomb cutter combination by the Coalition.
Well, the first thing he needs to
Now,
do
why
is
would
get
Iron
back
not
to
just
his
pin his
feet, which is
ass?
clearly
Why is he
easier
toying
said than done.
with B. Henry here in his own corner, by the way?
And there it is. Game, set, match. This one is over. Your whole body hurts after
One thing
a move
about
like that.
the Coalition, they like to make a point, and that is exactly what he's doing.
B. Henry has taken an ass whipping, I know that. He needs to tag the villain back in.
What are the odds we crown new tag team champions tonight?
That's
Tag
not
team
good for the
champions.
hammy.
Wow, he escapes
It is not good
He's
for
just
the
got
hammy.
no quit in him here
Hammy
tonight,
is
Cole.
screaming right now. Ooh, he tried to go after Archer, got distracted,
Got him good with
but
the underhand.
Ironman. That was stupid. Now that was stupid. I'm just going to flat out call it stupid.
He's not getting up.
You can't like his chances right now.
What the hell was that confrontation between Archer and Ironman? Did you see that?
Yeah, Archer basically wants Iron Man to do the job, finish him off. Archer doesn't want to finish him off. I think Archer's afraid if he has to get back in the ring, he might drop the title.
Ouch.
He releases it. And you can debate whether or not that would have been the end. Interesting decision there.
I mean, unless you could tell me I'm wrong, Archer.
Just
How much it cost
stretching
me
and
to
stretching.
redeem it? Sing it, just bring it.
I already redeemed it.
Oh, did you?
I did. There's gonna be there's gonna be a match later. You'll see.
That slam was filled with
I
intentions.
What else did you redeem?
That's it. Don't sing it, bring it. You'll
You
see
didn't
what happens.
You didn't redeem anything to go with it?
Just making
Nope,
his
you'll see.
presence felt there.
It'll be a non-title match.
Here's a belly
Unless
to belly suplex.
Unless I make it a title match.
It's not gonna be a title match. Trust me, you're gonna like the idea. Just trust me, Archer. If you knew
Guys, when you
anything
have
about
as
me, you trust me.
trained an eye as I do, you get to a point where you can see the finisher coming before it actually comes. And let me tell
It has nothing to do with the Coalition.
And it's coming very soon.
Nothing
I
to do
know.
with the
I
Coalition.
think I know exactly who it has to do with, actually.
And if you do, then you're a smart man.
Just a matter of time now before this superstar goes for the finisher.
By the
And when that
way,
happens, you can
how
bet
do we
this
feel
one's
about that
over.
ghastly emote? We enjoying it? We love it?
I do like the
Ghastly.
ghastly emote. I mean, it's exactly what it should be. It's got a ghastly looking little bastard on there by the name of Luscious Luther Brody.
Yeah, I like how it kind of angles in from
Yeah.
the left to the right. Yeah. Wow, he's kind of looking over to the right. It's awesome.
What are the odds that we'll
Of course,
see new
Brody
tag
and
team
Roode have
champions
been
come out of here tonight?
MIA for quite some time now. The Living Legends,
Tag
after they
dance.
lost the titles, just kind of disappeared.
Oh boy, he is rolling.
Oh, that's the one thing you'll get with me when I do emotes. I do variety. I change it up. I do.
Oh,
I
Dax
don't
Archer
like-
right in the back of the
Like I know
The
like
villain.
how certain
Wait a
people like
minute.
to have a theme.
What
the hell?
Was there a tag there?
WWE locker room here.
There had to have been.
He's still down after that one.
I didn't
Apparently,
Big time
Iron Man
damage,
tagged
Michael.
himself out.
Yeah,
We
but
know what's coming here.
I did not see Henry tag
We
in
might have a new champion
Woods.
here, guys. I didn't think this rivalry could get any hotter, but
Oh, man, the villainous elbow.
He's not looking good here, Byron. No, he's got to get up, and he's got to get up now.
Archer catches him off guard,
Tagged in.
whips him to the corner. Back in comes Ironman.
He is a
Wow,
one-man champion there.
slingshot elbow drop over the top rope by a near 300-pound mammoth. That likely to not.
DDT.
Ooh,
He's
vicious.
running on fumes
That
here.
was savage.
Does he have enough left in him to capitalize?
These,
nobody gets
you
up
know,
from
this
that cold.
this match is one of the reasons why we used to install time limits on matches.
In off the tag.
Time limits are for wussies. Whiners. Wendy
Great
the
example of
Whiners.
teamwork
Time
right there.
limits.
No. Time
Might
limit
just be
was
out,
a.
guys.
I
agree.
like the time
He
limit.
has
It was a
move
mechanic
Of
to
course you
help.
do.
No, it was a way to keep a match, or keep the match only so long, and it was a mechanic used to help facilitate a storyline
But
or.
that was back when
or a plot
they could
device.
not afford the overage.
Which is like that's a fine, and they worked it to their advantage. Oh, they
There it is again.
fought to a
Power bomb to the AKO.
you know, two competitors fought to a time limit draw. It's like, oh damn, now you need to see it again. You know, it was a way to resell the match again. Like
Now
that's
he goes
how
for it a
awesome.
second time.
Like time limit draws, I think, or just time limits in general, actually
He
provided.
delivers a
Well, they're
No.
definitely, you know what though?
leg drop.
There's
They
definitely
did more than hurt.
There's definitely a time and place for time limit matchups. Like for instance, why do we have to always
Comes in off
have
the tag.
60-minute Iron Man matches?
Agreed.
You know what I mean? Don't get me
My,
wrong.
what a double team
Once in a
move.
while, at a big pay-per-view, sure.
There's the cover. Can he
But-
do
Yeah, like the Bret Hart Shawn Michaels was fine, 60
Yeah.
minutes, but
Yeah.
like
But there's some that
I've
would be
seen
like
some other 60 minutes, and
20
I'm just like,
minutes.
no,
Half an hour would be fine. You know what I mean?
half hour would be fine.
Yeah, half an hour would be fine.
But the
And-
Coalition,
and Iron Man matches are fun matches, so they really should consider that.
yeah, the Coalition won right there. Nice.
The Coalition did win.
But they have actually, to be
Archer.
fair, Archer. They have been shortening Iron Man matches in the last like 4 or 5 years to half hour matches.
Yeah, recently. They always should have
Yeah,
that.
I know.
Here are your
So the
winners,
Coalition
and
picks up a
still
big
the
win over Tons of Funk and retain their championship, so they are still your reigning defending Triggered Alliance All-Star Stable Champions. It's the Coalition, Jay Ironman, and the Wild Man, Elijah
What a great
Archer.
match and a huge victory to boot.
That's a statement win, Michael. That's a win that says, hey, everybody,
So
Look at
Archer
me.
didn't want
You're going to be
Ironman to pick up
hard-pressed
the
to
win.
find
He
action
wanted
like
to
what we
soften
just
him up
saw
so he could
anywhere
pick up the
else.
win himself.
But right here on
Looks
Raw.
like at the end
Well,
of the
you
match.
know, he's all about trying to get a confidence boost. He always wants to look. He wants to be the one that looks like the best out of the group, the one who's on top.
He enjoys looking pretty.
He does. No denying that. But as I was saying, Turret, Mr. T, as much as I like to do things on a theme, as in, oh, I'll do all my emotes as Final Fantasy IX emotes, or I'll do all my emotes as animated, like faces of, you know, my animated character, or something, just a similar thing. I don't know. I like offering a variety because then people are, people are like, oh my god, that's so different, that's so different, that's so different. It's so cool. It makes people be like, oh, whose emote's that? Oh, shit, that's also Christians? Oh, cool. That's the one thing I want people to see when they see Archer's emotes. Oh, wow, what the hell is that? Wow, that's ghastly. Oh, shit, what's
I
that?
love my emotes.
Oh, nice champ. Oh,
I
champ
still want
emote,
to.
nice.
What I do want to do is pick a different type of font for the band. It still bugs me.
I can get, if you're
Or-
really that bugged out about it, I can get a different one.
No, I actually like the emote itself. I just want to change the font. I think it does.
Yeah,
I think it's
yeah, I
tough.
can change the font.
Yeah. Just so we can.
The thing is,
so
I
that we
pretty
can
much
read
have to.
band
I have
better.
to. Yeah, I'll just get the band better.
Well, you did it with Ghastly. I mean, we can clearly see that says Ghastly, so...
Yeah.
Not that I'm
Well,
complaining. I appreciate them all.
The,
I actually
the thing
love all the
was,
emotes.
I
I
was
just want
trying
to see
to
band better.
use... I was trying to use Triple H specific lettering.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
And, yeah, it could be a little hard to read.
Yeah.
Besides, the only one that could use the ban emote is you anyways.
Yeah, for now, yeah. Unless
I
Mr.
love
T
you.
wants to subscribe.
Wonder what's on his mind.
I mean, I love you, Archer, but I don't love you enough to do Tier 3 subscription right now. I think I get more perks than any Tier 3 subscriber, quite frankly.
Yeah, I don't know. I wonder how many people actually do things like that. I think most people I know is
bigger
Tier 1.
streamers. Bigger streamers usually allow people to like play events with them and shit personally if they do Tier 3.
Yeah. Fair enough.
And fanboys. Fanboys will do Tier 3 just because they want to get noticed because they're fucking losers and don't know any better that the person they're watching is no more of a celebrity than they are.
There's that.
Like, I would never expect someone to go up and do Tier 3 on me right now. I would probably be like, dude, you want a refund?
Do you want a refund?
Well, seriously, it's like...
Mr. T, you should try that sometime. Subscribe just to be nice and say, but can I have a refund?
It's just like the... It's... Yeah, I'm 2 days away from using my Prime sub again.
Yeah, me too.
It'll be back on Archer because I gave T real money.
I think mine's the day after you. Well, actually, the difference between a normal sub and a Prime sub is you actually get every penny of the Prime sub.
That's what he says. I don't believe it, but he says that. I haven't found anything to confirm that yet.
Just look up Amazon Prime subbing. It directly impacts the stream. Where the regular subs, you lose a large percentage.
Well, there we have it. I thought that was pretty straightforward.
Yeah, you keep forgetting your shit's different in Canada, buddy.
Yeah, that's true. You guys even lose more. No, it is.
Yeah, they get so much more money from their shit in Canada than we do.
Which is weird. Which is very, very weird to me. So you guys apparently lose 50% of whatever you make. Yeah, we only lose 30. Yeah. But I mean, our dollar's also worth less than yours and shit too, right? So there's that probably has a lot to do with it.
Yeah, that is exactly what it has to do with it. And I just looked it up. Yeah, Prime subs, same amount. I didn't think it was more. Like, otherwise people would be making sure to use
It's the same
Prime
amount,
subs.
but you keep more. But at least we do. It literally says on ours that it directly impacts. Where the other subs, you lose whatever percentages to Twitch. That happens because I'm a Prime member and I'm giving you that subscription. So you get the $7.99 instead of whatever you get over there. I get $5 off every sub.
Yeah, $5 Canadian.
Yeah. Because it's $7.99 for a subscription. And we get $5 of it.
Yeah.
It's weird how all that works. I wonder how it works in like the UK because their dollar's really high. So I wonder if they have a different system.
Well, they just changed it recently to try to make it more even, but I know they had something going on where people hated to like subscribe to like people in the US and stuff like that. Like if you were overseas and like your dollar value was like, I don't know, way less than what even Canada was, they wouldn't subscribe to people in the U.S. because it cost them so much more than it would for a U.S. guy to, sub someone in the U.S. So they actually changed it and leveled it out now. Now, when when someone overseas will sub somebody, it will literally take out the equivalent of their currency to be equal to that of the U.S. streamer. And if the U.S. streamer is to sub somebody across overseas, it will do the same thing, vice versa.
Huh. Well, interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, but yeah, that was like that for the longest time. Like it was just kind of weird like that.
So up next we have the Archerverse Women's Tag Team Championships on the line. Maurice challenged Charlotte Knight. Apparently told her to go backstage and find herself a partner. She did. She's bringing Ashley Marie. Once again, they are tagging together and taking on Asuka and Maurice. And Asuka and Maurice, the stipulation was Charlotte Knight accepted, but they have to put their tag titles on the line. So it's a championship matchup, and it is go time. It is Team AMC Me versus Asuka and Maurice, and she's bringing Charlotte Knight with her. We could have new tag team champions tonight, or perhaps Maurice and Asuka defend once again and retain and remain your reigning, defending Archerverse Women's Tag Team Champions. No worries, my friend. We appreciate you for being here. It was a blast having you on the broadcast finally. Hopefully we hear more of your soothing voice serenading the fans. But it was a pleasure.
Such a kiss ass.
But I appreciate it, and enjoy the chat room. We'll see you on the flip side. And if you're up later on, we'll be in Discord later if you're up still. Yeah, you will. We most
Alright, you have yourself
will.
a good one, dude. Yep.
Mr. T has left the building, so to speak.
Yes, he has.
He's like Elvis. He's all
I don't
shook
think
up.
he's like Elvis.
He's not like Elvis, no. Yeah.
No.
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 Not even a little bit. It's more like Pee Wee Herman, really.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a fair comparison.
I'm just going to take a quick time out and grab myself a beverage. I'll be right back, Captain Cool.
Alright, I'll be
Actually,
here.
you know what? I can just bring it with me. I don't need my dashboard at the moment.
This is it. This is the match.
You can let me know if anything is redeemed. Did you like the blonde and shotgun
unlike
joke?
anything I've ever felt.
No.
Lies, you enjoyed it. It was your favorite. You want to hear it again. You want to write it down and send it to you. And then you can stick it on your fridge and read it daily. Inspiration.
Awesome.
Inspiration for what? I don't know. But it'll be your inspiration.
Marvelous.
I don't know what you're talking about, but I will say that I'm super excited to see the results of this match.
Introducing the challengers.
It's interesting
Marvelous Charlotte Knight.
that with the success
The
that Asuka
Diamond,
and Maurice have had,
Ashley Marie.
that they, I mean, I get challenging them. I mean, they just decided to randomly tag team together recently.
The Diamond,
And as usual,
Ashley
Asuka and Maurice would like to pick on the
And
newcomers.
introducing the champion.
But they actually agreed to put the tag team titles on the line here.
Women's
That is the most
World
interesting and
Tag
intriguing
Team
part.
Champion.
I mean, it's nice to have fighting champions, but honestly, did you expect them to just offer them a title match?
The Gate Crashers.
I did not.
This is only their second time
Hope you're ready.
ever as a tag team. But apparently, Asuka and Maurice have either something to prove
or they just think they're that good. Which, don't get me wrong, they are very good. But
and we're ready to go, folks.
And guys, the energy level inside this arena for this championship match is absolutely unreal.
And this championship
Charlotte
match
Knight
has the
off to a
makings
quick start.
of an instant classic. Tell us about Knight. What kind of attack is she going to mount here?
She comes in as the challenger, but she's the woman who's clawed her way up for a chance at the title. We'll see if she can get it done.
And the way I see it, we could definitely have a new women's champion when it's all said and done. Moves like that will keep your opponents guessing all night.
I can barely make out what you're saying in the party chat.
sorry about that. It's because I waltzed a little too far away from the PlayStation. I was saying that,
driven
actually, I
face
forget
first.
what I was saying.
She's
You
almost there.
interrupted
There
me.
it is. She's made the tag. And her partner is on absolute fire right now.
Oh, what I was saying was, it seems to me that Byron Saxton
Wow, that's any
is
indication
rooting
she's
for
not taking
the
any prisoners in this
Trailblazers.
one.
Actually, this is not the Trailblazers because Roxy are in Marvelous Charlotte Knight of the Trailblazers. Actually, don't know what did the announcer say? I can't remember. Did they get announced as the Trailblazers? Did AM actually join the Trailblazers?
Yeah, I have no idea.
I have no idea either. I was not paying attention to that part of the broadcast because we were heavily involved in a discussion.
Look at this.
Which happens. You missed it.
Amazing combination. That
This is where
changes
Mr.
the
T should step
entire
in and tell
complexion
what he-
of this match.
What he heard.
Unfortunately, Mr. T is not here, and all you got's me.
Well,
Deal
she
with it.
wants this win bad.
Mr. T's supposed to be in the chat. He's supposed to be supporting us. He's supposed to be there for us to lean on.
Lean on me.
When you're not strong.
Teamwork at its
Nah, I
best.
wish I knew the
Needs
rest.
to make it to the... Oh, and she makes the tag. And not a moment too soon, Michael. She got her with the drop
That
kick.
was, you ruined the duet.
Oh, no. What's going to happen to her
I'm not
pretty
good
face?
for duets. I'm
This
sorry.
is going too far now.
But
She's taking a while to get up here.
Charlotte
I was
Knight
just thinking
and
the same thing, Michael.
Ashley Marie.
Ashley Marie. Yeah, I was about to say it right before you did. Yeah, they thought they had this match won here, and now Asuka's coming in and
She
opening
appears
a
to be in
can that whoop
complete
ass.
control of this
Vicious
one.
knees
A
to
whoop
the spine.
ass.
Wow.
Having a tough time getting back up here.
Oh, you know
As
whose
expected,
first stream
what
I
she's
caught
been through
today?
here tonight. Look at this.
I guess you're not going to answer, so I'll tell you. I caught Tony Nese's first video game stream.
Oh, did you? How'd that go?
She breaks
Oh
it.
man.
Wow. she's
I
quite the
mean, it wasn't
skateboarder,
bad,
Michael.
but
Wow. Did you see that?
it's you can tell it's a little out of his
Oh, no.
element, and I did see that.
Man, oh man, Ashley Marie with a huge reversal there.
Corey, she's not getting up.
Well,
She
she
was taking
better
a bit
if she
of a
wants to win
beating
this
and-
match. Yeah, she's
I
a
don't
little
know. I
bundle
was
of
like,
energy
she was
right
just
now.
awoke.
Nice.
Look out, look out. This
Yeah,
could
it,
be
you know, it involves like talking and interacting with the crowd.
Can she
You know,
follow
something
up?
Tony,
She's got the
two
shoulders
things
down.
Tony Nese isn't all that great at.
Oh, man, I mean, that was so close.
Oh, good.
So-
Give it a go, though.
Nice kick out.
Yeah, he is giving it a go though. Yeah. So
Just
I
gonna-
mean,
just
he's
going
giving it a
to,
try.
mute myself for a moment while I make a little bit of noise.
She's got to
At the
find a way to
13.
get up here, guys. That won't be easy, Michael, given the beating she's taken so far. She just will not let up. Asuka's in trouble and hurt right now. Her championship reign may very well be reaching its end here tonight.
She's got nothing left.
Oh
guys.
my God,
If she
Ashley
doesn't make a
Marie
tag
all
soon,
over
this match
Asuka.
is
You know,
over. It's that simple.
Guys, she's going to be.
You're
feeling
never
the
gonna
effects of
keep
this
True
beatdown
Beauty
for days,
down
maybe even a week.
for too long.
Who knows?
and
She has
Ashley
to finish
Marie
this.
is definitely one of the most beautiful things to grace the Archerverse ring.
All here.
Sorry about that. Too much commotion at the canteen area. Had to mute it just for a moment.
Asuka's just getting
Bunch of
Fair
vicious
enough,
jackals.
But, oh man, Ashley Marie just did that weird, like, suplex DDT that she does, because I don't know what else to call it.
She's not getting
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. I don't know what that's called either, but it is very cool. Oh, drop kick to the temple. I mean, that is vicious.
She's looking at it.
Vicious indeed.
And another cutter from Ashley Marie. I'm telling you, man, I don't know. Ashley Marie and Marvelous Charlotte Knight, I mean, I know this is only their second matchup ever, but man, do they ever worked good together. Like, are we missing something? Have these guys been planning a coup for the tag team division all along? Like, how are they doing this good as a unit when they've never, ever been in a ring together before that we know of?
Here we go. Here we go. And she lands the slam.
Damn. That was like the DDT from hell right there.
Quickly into the cover with the title on the line. You can't teach the type
and
of
a kick out at 2. Asuka,
unreal.
the champion,
She just will not go away.
there.
Oh, man, she's rolling now.
But Charlotte Knight going right back to work, slamming herself.
Definitely not where you want to be right now. He's got to find a way to get out of this, Michael. Struggling to get upright here. Tough spot to be in at this point, Michael. Okay.
Ooh, bitch slapped her right across the face.
Oh man.
Insult to injury.
She's gonna make sure she knocks all the bitch out of that bitch's mouth.
I just can't get over how well the Trailblazers are doing here. Yeah, I mean, if that's what they're called, at this point I can only assume. Even though there's...
Are they from Portland?
I don't know.
You can see the pain on
Not that I'm aware of.
That slam. Nope, that one misses.
And I don't think they like basketball.
They bounce like basketballs.
Wow. So subtle.
Marie makes the tag.
Wow, assisted flying crossbody. And Ashley Marie tagged back in, looking to end things. Oh!
Asuka needs a miracle. And this has got to be it.
Back in comes Maurice, breaks up the pin.
She's in a bad
Charlotte Knight intervenes.
She's got to get up. She can't win this match.
Thank God Maurice has come in and broke that pin up each and every time.
Shitballs. Charlotte Knight just tombstoned Maurice right to hell.
Incredible.
Wow.
She needs to find a way to get
Ashley
to her feet.
Marie,
Time is
not
of
just
the
a great
essence here
technician,
too,
she
Michael.
can fly. Did you see that?
We're looking at complete domination here. Bang! Cutter!
And another cutter to Asuka, but Ashley Marie not done yet. Reversal by Asuka.
Struggling to get upright here. Tough spot to be in at this point, Michael.
Asuka going to town on Ashley Marie right in her own corner.
A bad place to be for the challenger. At this point, she really needs to think about making a tag to her partner.
I don't know how much longer she can go on absorbing all this punishment. She needs to find a way to make it to her corner and make the tag.
Oh man, this match is so evenly matched. It's unbelievable. Any one of the sliding hip attack. Asuka can win it here.
Asuka loves that sliding hip attack, and I can only
what
imagine
Asuka
what it
was
must be
waiting
like
for.
having a hip flying at your face at about 80 miles an hour. The Asuka lock locked right in.
Is it over?
Asuka's trying to get
It is over. The Gate Crashers have beaten the Trailblazers and defended
the Archerverse Women Global Tag Team Championships, sending the Trailblazers back to the drawing board. But man, oh man, were they impressive on more than one occasion. Both Ashley Marie and Charlotte Knight just about pinned the champions. But that's the key word, just about. They remained patient, resilient, and calm, and ended up coming out of the matchup victorious and taking their gold home with them. That was a great matchup.
Here are your winners, and still the Women's World Tag Team Champions, Asuka and Maurice, the Gate Crashers.
Impressive showing for the win tonight.
Well, when you put women like these together, what do you expect to happen?
You're going to be hard-pressed to find...
I hate to say it, Archer, but they have become quite the formidable team.
They have definitely, that's their third title defense. That is crazy. I don't think any other women's tag team have defended those titles on 3 separate occasions.
Well, when you got a firecracker like Asuka in there, and then you got the
French firecracker.
Well, the monkey on your back that's going to make sure to see everything you're not seeing in Maurice. That's, it's a lethal combination. How many times did we see Asuka down and out? And if it wasn't for Maurice.
Yeah, well, I don't disagree with that, actually. But they certainly mesh well. That is for certain. They complement one another in the ring. They sell each other as well as the match itself. Maurice is usually spot on with pretty much everything she does. Which is, when you think about it, you wonder why Vinny K didn't utilize her more than he did at any given time. Even at the time when Maurice was the WWE Women's Champion. He still couldn't find a way to actually utilize her properly as a champion at the time, if you remember.
Oh, yeah.
I can't remember if it was the Divas Championship or the Raw Women's Championship. I want to say she won the Divas Championship.
We're talking about Maurice, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe
she
was
won
the
Divas title.
Yeah. I hated that championship belt. It looks like a butterfly. I don't even care.
It was a butterfly.
Yeah, I know. That's what I mean. And it was way too much over the top crap, even for professional wrestling. And I just like the women's revolution, like, why does being a women's wrestler have to involve bikinis and butterflies? I agree with that. It used to piss me off that you knew some of these women wrestlers could go in the ring and they weren't given the opportunity, or at least not the proper time allotment to showcase what they're capable of. And part of that reason is Vince was always scared that the women would upstage the men.
Well, he's come around to a different line of thinking since then.
He has. Hence why we've had an all-women's pay-per-view, women headlining at WrestleMania. I mean, absolutely, and deservingly so, by the way.
Well, we've seen women come,
What could this be about?
They beat the main event, they do this, they do that. They've had their own women's pay-per-view, which it's a shame they won't do another one, but I wonder if McMahon really felt the need to do more of to give them the main event slot more often once Ronda Rousey was on board.
Yeah. Agreed.
I think when she appeared with The Rock in WrestleMania and told them, I'm seriously interested, let me get in the...
And shocked the world she did, man. Holy hell. She was fantastic.
She was who they had in mind to lead the women into the main event era.
Yeah, but who would have ever...
Charlotte Flair and fucking... you got Charlotte Flair, Bayley, and fucking blah 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 blah. Why can't I think of her name?
Alexa Bliss.
The last kicker.
Oh, Becky Lynch.
Yeah, Becky Lynch. I don't know why I couldn't think of Becky Lynch.
Shame on you,
Yeah.
sir.
I saw the picture. I couldn't. I don't know the name slip.
Yeah.
But yeah, like all those girls proved that they were also main event caliber. You know, Sasha Banks, whatever. But
Yeah.
Obviously, you share my resentment.
For Sasha Banks?
Yeah.
I mean, I was a fan until you found out that it's Snoop Dogg's cousin, and then she took full advantage of said relationship. So,
Yeah, she did.
yeah, even contract negotiations when she, I mean,
Oh, by the way, we both got joke times.
we did by Mr. T.
Yep.
Cool, you
You
go
can
first.
start yours. No, I don't have one ready. You go.
I don't have one ready.
All right, let me find one.
All right.
Okay.
Can't find one to your liking.
No, not yet. All right.
Stone Cold Steve Austin out here getting the crowd ripping and roaring, talking about his agenda and his plans. Apparently, he plans to be stepping back into the ring soon and chasing down the global heavyweight champion.
I do have one.
You have one?
Yes, I have one, and it's actually been said by the famous Robin Williams.
Well, I'm not sure if we can top that.
I'm
but
And
we
who
do
doesn't
progress
love?
as we move
Who
along
doesn't?
with the
Who doesn't
program.
love Robin Williams? So Robin Williams talking about God, and God's creation of man, and he explains the problem when it comes to the men. And he says, "See, the problem is that God gives men a brain and a penis, and only enough blood to run one at a time."
Jesus Christ. All right, fine. So,
I can't wait to see how the rest
a
of the
woman
card
in
shakes
labor
out here.
suddenly
Sit
shouted,
tight for
shouldn't,
singles
wouldn't,
action
couldn't, didn't,
Coming
can't.
up next.
Don't worry, said the doc. Those are just contractions.
Oh my God.
That was so bad it was funny.
That was so bad it was bad.
So Stone Cold has plans for Christian Hart at SummerSlam, but as stated earlier tonight, the American Badass has plans for the OG tonight, and they're about to get it on right now in the co-main event of the evening. So let's go, let's get it on. It is the OG Kurt
Up
Jordan
next is the
taking on the American Badass, and the WWE Pure Wrestling Championship is on
the stakes are high
the
and
line.
the superstars are ready.
And as soon as these gents make their way to the ring, I'm going to scurry on to the bathroom real quickly. And no, I'm not taking my dog out this time. I'm actually relieving my own bladder, so it will not take as long. I still can't believe I missed the match. That was crazy. It did not feel like I was out with him that long. That probably was a great match, too.
Probably.
Oh, you don't know? You weren't there for the match?
No, I was there for the match.
Precisely.
Whose joke was better, Turrets? I need to know, Mr. T, whose joke was better? Was it mine or Archer's?
Of course it was mine. Don't be silly. Unless you're
Nah,
going to
nah.
silly
See-
cool. There's no time or place for silly cool at the moment. Anyways, I'll be right back.
The WWE Pure Wrestling Championship.
It's good to see the Phenom, the Undertaker, roll around in his nice Harley there. Riding around the ring, ready to take on the OG Kurt Jordan. Now, the OG Kurt Jordan and Christian Hart has been kind of throwing barbs as of late. It's almost like they acknowledge each other, they recognize each other, maybe there's some mutual little bit of respect for one another. They don't very well like one another. And I can tell you from the camp of Christian Hart, he is super happy to watch The Undertaker take on the OG Kurt Jordan. He is happy to see the OG Kurt Jordan get tossed around, chokeslam, and have his last ride with The Undertaker.
Introducing the challenger from Death Valley, weighing in at 330 pounds, The Undertaker.
All right. Let's see what happens here. I'm super excited.
Introducing the champion from Boston, Massachusetts, weighing in at 225 pounds. He is the WWE
Arrived at the right time.
Pure
Introducing
Wrestling
the WWE Pure Wrestling Champion.
Kurt Jordan.
Oh, announce him right. He is the OG, Kurt Jordan.
So don't move a muscle.
The co-main event of the evening. Here on episode number 122. And for those that didn't make it for the beginning of the broadcast, you're going to want to check out the entire show. We were gifted by a time allotment from a generous man who used to wrestle for Great North Wrestling
We're ready to get this thing
on the
started.
independent circuit in
Here
Canada.
we go, fellas. I've been looking forward to this one for
He
quite some
shared
time.
some amusing stories, some of his memorable matches. It was a great time. We were very
That landed
appreciative
perfectly.
that he was able to donate that time. His name was the Grape Crusher,
Does
John
anyone see
Maloney.
this? I mean, he's employing highly illegal tactics
And amongst
here.
other accomplishments,
Unbeknownst to the
he was
officials,
actually
this is
privileged
shameful.
enough to tag team
Let's touch on
with Bruce the
Undertaker
Barber
a bit.
Beefcake
What, in
and
your
the
opinion,
Honky
can we all
Tonk Man.
expect from him tonight?
Don't look now, but it seems to me like The Undertaker
It's
is
been a great
about
show.
to make some
We
bodies
always
turn
appreciate
cold.
everybody for either showing up and joining us on the broadcast, hanging out in the chat room to watch the show, or watching the show later on the VODs. Either way, we appreciate all the support and the love that the Archerverse gets. Christian Cool and I will always do our very best to provide the very best in entertainment and remain the elite in fantasy wrestling interactive leagues. The Archerverse is the place to be for that late night itch to watch some action, a little bit of drama.
The Undertaker got him there.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Archer. I'm enjoying this.
This is so far a good matchup. And right now, the American
is
Badass unloading. Holy jumpins on Kurt Jordan.
I hope so. I'm enjoying this. Hell yeah.
Damn. Savage.
Fucking Kurt Jordan just don't stand a chance here.
So far, certainly a different matchup than their first matchup that they had.
I don't think this is where Jordan wants to be.
The OG pretty much dominated the returning American Badass
He just has
tonight.
to make sure this doesn't get too out of hand for him. Sometimes
Not so
momentum
much.
has a way of permanently swinging one way.
Well, I hear
To avoid it.
Nice evasion by the OG and a big knee to the face.
He has to remember that you don't get points for respect, meaning
And the OG now has the upper hand on the American Badass once again.
He goes for the quick pin attempt.
I was going to say the OG Kurt Jordan may have slept on the dead man, but maybe I was wrong.
To keep him down. Few superstars are as dominant as
He's going to have to keep the pressure on if he gives the dead man even an inch of room to breathe. Nice cutter.
Capitalize on it now. Quick pin attempt here. Well, I thought he had to pin for sure.
And another
Clearly
kick out
not
by
enough
Taker.
damage done. This is what makes him one of the best in the business. There he goes.
Over the top rope goes the dead man. And the OG chases him down to the floor and pursues the attack on the Undertaker. Undertaker, big elbows to the midsection. He breaks free.
Oh, hell yeah, he does.
Whips Jordan right back into the ring, but elbows him right in the face. Oh, savage leg drop on the ring apron right across the throat of the OG.
And Byron, he's still down.
He did not like how that felt.
There's no way he enjoyed that one single bit, and if he did, he's got more issues than we thought. The OG reverses again.
The challenger's starting to feel the pressure.
Nice knee breaker.
Championship match.
Trying to take the legs out, take the wheels away from
There's no way
the
he
dead
can stay
man.
in this match if he doesn't find a way to fend off this attack.
Hey, he can still win this thing, guys. We've all seen him come back from much worse. Stunner!
Oh, stunner.
Nobody
And the
does it
OG
like
covers him up for the pin again. Wow, the Undertaker kicked out again, cool. And the crowd chanting, trying to rev him up, trying to get him to sit up, stand up, and attack the OG. The OG has no fan support here tonight. They are 100% behind the dead man at the moment.
Incoming.
Nice big double axe handle right between the eyes of the dead man. Big elbow drop to the chest. The chance of the Undertaker so far having no effect on the OG whatsoever.
Stopping him.
The OG's kicking some of that ass,
Sending a
Archer.
message to the entire WWE locker room here. And if he hits this one's over. A cutter. Wow, we might just be witnessing
Another
the
cutter
end of the Undertaker.
by the OG.
Disqualify this man. Here it comes. He's got him. He looks for a good night. What a stunner. Now that's how you successfully...
Another stunner by the OG. The dead man covered up again. This is crazy. And this time seals the deal, ladies and gentlemen. And still, your WWE Pure Wrestling Champion. He is now 2-0 against the dead man. He is the OG, Kurt Jordan. And Christian Cool, how can you not have just a little bit of respect for the OG with his accomplishments, especially the fact that he is now 2-0 against, if not the most legendary man in the business.
Here is your winner, and still
I mean, I said earlier that, you know, I might be earning a little, you know, he's probably earned a little bit of respect for from Christian Hart's camp, but, you know,
pinfall victory right there.
I just...
Few things are more rewarding than that feeling of keeping your
It sickens me to think he could be the face that runs the place.
Social media has been
The
buzzing over
face
this Raw match ever since it
that
began, and now
runs
that
the
it's over,
place.
I actually anticipated it
From Team
intensifying.
KJ 2294, he is the OG Kurt Jordan. The Rock. Well, this is interesting. We haven't seen The Rock in about 2 months. The last we saw The Rock, he had entered a battle royal and was eliminated second in the matchup, actually. We have not seen him since. But alas, here he is tonight on Raw is War, and apparently has something to get off of his chest. He's moments away from gracing us with his presence and likely laying a verbal smack down on somebody's candy ass, if I had to guess, Christian.
I guess we'll find out whose candy ass that will be.
Indeed.
Looks like he's going to grace us with his presence once more.
He's a
Oh,
man
shut up,
on
Cole.
a
Stop
mission.
mimicking.
This could honestly be about a few things. Let's find out.
Yeah, don't read your script, Cole. Just play off the host with the most. Clearly has something very important to say. He came out toting a microphone. I don't think his microphone is on. Or it's
Are you
just
talking
the
about
fact.
The Rock?
Yeah, either that. It's just the fact that the crowd is so damn loud. But
I think the crowd's a little loud.
You could not make out what he was saying whatsoever. He's here to tell a story of two warriors, two comrades, two brothers. These brothers have been through hell and high water, forging a bond that can't be broken. That is until one of them changed. The Rock's, it's story time with The Rock, ladies and gentlemen. When I got to the arena tonight, I immediately smelled something terrible, made me sick to my stomach. At first, I thought maybe there was a backup in the sewer system. Then I realized this certain superstar had gotten here before me. Are you ready for this, WWE Universe? Are you ready to see the matchup of the century? Are you ready for the WWE history to be made right here in this very ring? Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Christian Hart.
He would dare call out Christian Hart.
The Rock is calling out Christian Hart, the Triple Crown champ. Now, is that complimentary, or do you take offense to that?
I take offense. How dare The Rock come in here and act like that he could just do whatever the hell he wants?
Oh, what now? Man,
I'm here every night
now.
busting my ass off, carrying multiple titles for this company, kicking that ass left and right. And he just shows up whenever the hell he wants, demanding challenges, demanding people get into his face in a face-to-face confrontation.
Indeed.
He needs to learn his place.
Well, by the looks of it, Christian Hart is in the middle of putting him in that place, whatever that place may be. The crying way off in the distance. The Rock accusing Christian Hart of crying over spilled milk like a little baby.
Doesn't even begin to describe the blood between these superstars.
Christian Hart simply says, "Shut the hell up."
Indeed, Archer.
You know what? I'm sorry, I'm going to be honest here. I really have to ask the old missus to get some news, ear cleaners, because I didn't hear a word you just said. Then again, I like it that way. Christian Hart says The Rock has absolutely no testicular fortitude and doesn't deserve what he's been handed here. What does that mean?
He has a pair of balls and doesn't know how to use them, apparently.
Yeah, but what's been handed to him? Is Christian accepting the challenge here? Is that what's going on?
I have no idea.
Me neither. Now I'm confused. Christian decks The Rock. He's clearly had enough of listening to The Rock talk. Time to do some walking, but The Rock gets the upper hand and slams him down with a big neck breaker on the back of his, not the back of his knee, back of his neck, on his knee. The neck breaker that's pretty much been banned by every wrestling promotion around the globe. Speaking of banned maneuvers, have you noticed that more and more people have been using the pile driver again?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's become cool again.
Well, it's a pile driver. It's effective.
It is.
There it is. Never makes it to the ring, and you have to wonder if that was the plan.
And The
all
Rock
along.
unleashing on Christian Hart.
Let him fight.
I'd actually like to see more of that. The thing is, they are not scheduled to have a match tonight, so I don't have any idea when they plan to dance. But when they dance, I'm certainly going to be there to judge the match for them.
Versus a formidable
that
opponent.
will be epic.
There is nothing better than
But here we are with the main event of the
matches.
evening, except it's actually not the main event of the evening because Team Christian Cool once again has redeemed Don't Sing It, Just Bring It. So we are going to have one final match after this, what was the main event. It is a rematch between Ivy Montana and Reese Williams. It is The Voice versus Vivacious, and it is for the WWE World Heavyweight Championship. And Ivy bringing Brazongo with her, and of course, The Voice bringing the Trigger Talk TV boys, Tons of Funk, with him. This could get ugly, but either way, somebody's walking out the world champion. Who's it going to be, Christian? Is it going to be Ivy Montana, or is it going to be The Voice?
If I had to guess, it might be Ivy Montana.
And a very intriguing matchup. Now, The Voice has defended that WWE World Heavyweight Championship since winning it from Ivy Montana, so he has definitely proven that he is championship caliber. But can he overcome the mountain that is Ivy Montana? Again, she has still only lost one match in her career and was a formidable champion while she held the title. It's a very interesting situation. Both formidable champions.
The following contest is scheduled for one fall and is for the WWE World Heavyweight Championship.
This is a big-time opportunity, Byron, as the title will be on the line here. You're right, Michael, and judging from the response on social media heading into this match,
and here comes Brazongo
here tonight.
Ooh, Brazongo.
What do you think, Corey? Does he have a legitimate chance to dethrone the champion here tonight?
Not only does he have a chance, Cole, but I'm going to go ahead and say that he will, in fact, defeat the champion tonight. You heard it here first.
Fandango, Tyler Breeze, and the Vivacious Ivy Montana. So remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is not the final match of the night. It is the main event of the main card, but it is not the main event of the evening. Team Christian Cool has redeemed Don't Sing It, Bring It, so we will have ourselves one final match. And then, of course, episode 122 will be over and out, and we won't see each other again until Wednesday night for the Archiverse NXT, which is going to be another smoking hot card on the road to SummerSlam. But don't forget, if you haven't seen the entire broadcast, go back and watch it in its entirety, and watch as we have a interview with a Canadian independent wrestler that wrestled for Great North Wrestling and had some great stories to share with the Archiverse about his time spent with the Honky Tonk Man, Sid Vicious, and Brutus the Barber Beefcake, amongst other things that he talked to us about. It was certainly appreciated that he gifted us his time. For the fans here at the Archiverse, us as fans, Christian Cool and I, are fans of professional wrestling. At the end of the day, we are super fans, if anything. So it was definitely appreciated. And it won't be the last time we have a guest on the Archiverse, so you don't ever want to miss a show. The Coolverse and the Archiverse is where it's at And we have connections, baby, and we can make those connections turn to awesome spectacles, great shows with a bunch of great people. It is the most must-see show on Twitch TV. It is the Archerverse TV. Here we go. WWE World Heavyweight Championship on the line. It is go time.
Introducing the challenger from San Juan, Puerto Rico, weighing in at 245 pounds, vivacious Ivy Montana.
Well, let's see if Reese has the voice to, take claim to the title.
Massachusetts, weighing in at 245 pounds, he is the WWE World Heavyweight Champion, Reese the Voice Williams.
The voice of tons of funk. He is the voice, B. Henry is the leader, and of course, Key is the villain.
All right, we're ready to kick this one off.
And man, I never get tired of watching these guys compete.
Into the collar and elbow tie-up. Only one competitor comes out
nice
ahead here.
Nice takedown by Montana.
We're at a crossroads. Neither competitor's backing down here.
The show of strength between the Voice and Montana, both trying to prove who's the stronger competitor here.
Let's talk about Williams for a moment. In your expert opinion, what can the WWE Universe expect to see from him?
You know, really, this match can go either way. It's definitely going to be a good one, though.
And it's times like these where he just hopes he worked hard enough, long enough to get the victory here.
God, Montana just looks ripped and good at the same time.
Looking to cripple him with
She
that
may
neck
look
breaker.
good, but I bet you she's not feeling good right about now.
Oh, probably not.
And there's the elbow. Down with authority. He goes to the quick pin attempt. Kicks out on the pinfall attempt.
Still seems a little early.
Montana, not in a good place right now. He's going to have to find a way to fend off the champ here.
He just has to make sure this doesn't get too out of hand for him. Sometimes, momentum has a way of permanently swinging one way. That's what he wants to avoid here.
Montana trying to collect herself outside the ring while the Voice just watches. Going after her now, though. He was just reveling in his success in the match. Now he's back on the attack and trying to make sure Montana remembers why it is that he is now the WWE World Heavyweight Champion, and she is not.
Look at him move. What acrobatics. We may have a count out here, guys.
It certainly looks that way, Michael.
He's simply reminding him that he's here. Wait a minute.
The Voice going upstairs. Superplex City.
Quite like this guy. Quick pin
And the
attempt
Voice
here.
with the pin. But a kick out at one by Ivy Montana. Wow. just about superplex right through the mat. Yet kicks out at one cool.
Place. And you have to wonder how much the challenger
Yeah, he
can
does.
sustain at this point.
Yeah.
He might have it. I'll be shocked if that's not it.
He's back in control here.
Not where he wants to be right now.
Yeah, you're not going to win many matches when you're down.
He's looking at it. Huge slam right there.
This could be it.
That has to feel good, especially considering how heated this rivalry's become.
The Voice has the pin on the former champion, but look at this. Fandango involving himself in distracting the referee.
Oh my.
Taking a little page out of Tons of Funk. Interesting and ironic at the same time.
Just a little bit.
Tons of Funk loves to distract referees. We know all about that.
Montana not in very good shape at all. It looks like he's starting to feel the pressure of competing in this championship match.
The damage has been done, guys. I don't see how he can possibly recover from this beating he's taken.
Reese with Ivy up on his shoulders and snake eyes off the top turnbuckle.
Gets out of the way of that one.
Wow, nice evasion. Jumped right back to her feet. Bulldog drives Reese face first into the canvas.
On that one.
Were his eyes even open?
When this guy's on, look out. And he
Oh,
delivers a knee.
big knee right to the spine.
I think we know what this is. Warm up the buses. This one's over.
Big kick right to the temple. Ivy measuring up the champion.
Looking at it here. He landed
Wow.
That's how you put an exclamation
It's like a
point
combination
on
of a cutter
This
and
is
a
what happens when you
DDT.
put two-
Looking to catch him off guard.
And it's absolutely vicious. But the champion kicks out at 2.
I don't know, guys. I really thought we would have seen the finisher already.
This guy's a machine. Oh, no.
Ivy taking Reese upstairs. A little bit of payback here, perhaps.
I gotta say, when I saw this week's power
Big
rankings,
back
I thought there was a
suplex off the
misprint.
top
There's no
turnbuckle.
way
Ivy
this
looks like she hurt
superstar
herself
deserves
just a
such
little bit there
favorable
herself,
ranking.
however. Maneuvers like that take
Missed by a large
toll
margin
on
that
the
one.
body.
Wow.
He's better than
Doesn't
that.
matter how big and strong you are.
Ill-advised
Oh,
move.
reversal on the standing vertical suplex.
The champ looking a little uneasy here. This match is clearly taking its toll on the champ.
That confidence he had on his face at the start of this match
What
sure has
a
disappeared,
match.
and with good reason. He's taken quite a beating.
Montana and Williams both becoming
And
fatigued.
up until now, he's had.
And he goes for the pin.
Kick out at 2 by the Voice.
Oh boy, he is rolling.
Ivy doing a little showboating, getting the crowd a little revved up.
He doesn't appear to be in a hurry to get up here.
I just don't think he has it in him anymore.
Looks like the Voice is looking for a tag. He's not going to find one. This is not a tag team match.
What a shot. That was the perfect strike. That's what you call getting drilled.
And Ivy taking Reese back upstairs again. And a superplex again,
Long-term injury
this
for
time
sure.
by Ivy Montana.
Down.
Wow, the champion kicks it at 1. That's crazy.
Wow.
The damage
Yeah.
has been done.
I guess Reese feels his voice isn't going to be silenced tonight.
The intensity of this match has been
I see what you did there.
incredible. Tough spot here for the champ. He may not
Oh,
even
I'm
know
glad.
where he's at this point, which is not a good look when your championship is on the line.
Yeah, I don't know, Cole. We've seen finisher after finisher from him tonight, and now it seems to me like he's the one that's finished. This is his opportunity
But
to win.
I have to say, Archer,
not a lot of superstars
it's-
can pull off a move like that.
Shoulders
It's
down,
real
this could
hard
be
for
it.
anyone to put a stop to the home record that is Ivy Montana. My God.
This is a grueling championship.
You know, one
match.
thing you
Nobody
haven't mentioned
wants to
yet?
lose this opportunity.
What?
All the 1v1s tonight. I'm
I've-
shocked.
Change his posture in a hurry.
I've just been happy that there's been more. You know, I mean,
Well, as
I'm
we've
pleasantly
discussed,
surprised.
it's going to become more of the norm
Gonna have to find a way to regroup.
because pay-per-views need to be built.
I agree. He hasn't moved one
They need
bit.
to have
He is a
stories
one-man
developed.
gang in there.
They need to have matches that fuel the fires of feuds.
No, there's the reversal.
And you can't
Here,
always
made him
have
pay
big
there.
multi-man matches
Just
and
making
cage
his presence
matches.
felt there. Knocked off his feet.
Now
That
that's
is
a
true.
takedown. Still trying
Ivy
to get back
Montana
to
with a
his
big
feet here.
clothesline over the top
clearly
rope
in a
and the
bad way
voice
right now.
down and out. If I was Montana, though, yeah, I was just going to say I'd be getting his ass back in the ring. You cannot win the title on a countout. If you haven't noticed there, cool, I dropped the link for the Archerverse Facebook page.
I went to it. I even followed it.
Fantastique, sir. Seen how you are the cool
He's
verse.
sending a message to the entire
The other half of the
WWE locker room
Archerverse.
here.
Dubbed my boyfriend, by the way, by the lovely Vanessa.
Lands the knee. Absolutely has to get back in the ring.
There's no way around.
It
I
is
mean,
what it is.
I mean, do we have to claim
The
together?
reality is he
Do
might
I need to
not
pick up some
have-
Wouldn't
W2s?
shock me one bit. Talk
No.
about a beating
No.
he's
Whoa.
taking here
Whoa.
tonight.
Whoa. 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 Whoa.
Wow. Unleashed on the champion, but she is. Both of these superstars are so tired right now. And Ivy right now trying to feed off the crowd a little bit, muster up a little more energy to try and finish this thing, try to regain her championship. But the voice back to his feet.
Jeez, that was embarrassing.
I don't know if
And
you
he-
can tell, Archer, but Ivy wants the crowd to drown the voice out.
Oh.
As dominant as this guy.
The voice taking over, I think, here.
Looking for the exclamation. What a spine buster.
Big
This
spine
one
buster.
is over.
There may be no coming back from that slam, Cole.
It's almost like whatever Reese says, he takes the gospel. Just because his voice is loud and clear.
He's calling for it.
The voice stalking Ivy. Here we go.
It's just a matter of time now.
The
Now
voice
it's
slam.
time to capitalize.
This could do it.
Wow, Ivy kicked out. Holy hell, what a matchup we have here. What a fantastic main event
This
for the Archerverse here on Raw is War. One-on-one, The Voice versus Ivy Montana, the World Heavyweight Championship on the line, and they are both putting on a clinic here tonight.
I mean, you clearly could tell that Reese thought he had this in the bag.
Despite having an impressive spot in this week's power rankings, I'm told this...
There's no coming back from that.
Wow, powerbomb pin. What just happened?
You gotta believe this one's over.
Why is the ref not counting?
He's not doing anything. Oh, now he decides to get involved. Like, what was that about? What?
Do you notice how the ref is having a hard time looking at Ivy Montana?
What the hell is going on? The Voice trying to get back to his feet, but Montana goes back on the attack.
I mean,
Wow.
I don't know if you noticed, but
T-bone suplex.
Kicking right here.
That ref really is not like. I think the ref's purposely trying to avoid looking in the eyes of Montana.
Nobody comes back from this. Can he
There's
finish him off here?
strange behaviors being displayed by the referee. That is for certain. Oh, big backbreaker. Oh, just presses down on the neck and hip area,
You can see the wear
stretching
and tear
out
this
that
fight
spine
has taken
of the
out his
voice. The champion in a bad way right
This
now.
one's for good measure.
Oh,
What a comeback.
it's that cutter
And executed with
DDT
such
of
amazing
Ivy
grace.
Montana's. It is a devastating maneuver.
Shoulders down. Championship on the line.
Wow, Ivy did it. We have a new champion. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, the vivacious Ivy Montana, your new, and for the second time, WWE World Heavyweight Champion. That was a hell of a matchup, Cool.
Oh, yeah.
Here is your winner and the new WWE World Heavyweight Champion, Vivacious Ivy Montana.
And he picks up the win. Wow, I can't believe the amount of
Once
punishment
again,
that had to be
hoisting
inflicted
the
in order
gold.
for those shoulders to stay down for the 3 count.
And even though it isn't
And that's
the
the kind of
voice
action
still
we've come
holding
to
the
expect here
championship,
on Raw.
the championship
What an
still
amazing
remains in the
match.
hands of the Archerverse. And that was a fantastic way to end the main card. Raw is War is officially over for the evening, but episode 122 here at the Archerverse is not. Because we have a redemption for Don't Sing It, Bring It, which means we here at the Archerverse have one final matchup. And Christian Cool, enlighten us all and tell us exactly what that matchup is.
All right. So, basically, I'll just have you set the match based on the parameters here. We're going to get a sneak peek in there. Remember, The Rock got involved with Christian Hart earlier, and my little birdies are catching up with Christian Hart now. Christian Hart, what is going on, sir? It seems to be he's in the backstage arena, in the hallways. I am so sick and tired of The Rock he's sick and tired of The Rock upstaging him, and he's currently looking for Jay Simmons. He wants his tag team title back. As soon as he sees Simmons, he's going to beat the shit out of him and throw him everywhere in the backstage arena.
So are we
That is
having
what I'm hearing.
So are we having ourselves a triple threat matchup?
No, we are having ourselves apparently a backstage brawl between Christian Hart and Jay Simmons.
Really? That is a fantastic way to end episode 122. I don't care who you are, a backstage brawl. I mean, who the hell doesn't want to see a backstage brawl? Much less between the former multiple-time champion and the current Triple Crown champion, the Iceman versus the Soul Man, Christian Hart versus Jay Simmons, and it's going to go down in just a few moments.
Are you controlling or no?
No, I'm far too lazy for
Okay,
that.
I just didn't know what you were doing because your controller was on the thing. But
Jay
Oh, shit.
Simmons.
Thank you. Whoops. Fuck. Trigger happy. Except for button happy. Let's try that again.
yeah, let's.
Yeah. There we go. Sorry, who'd we say?
Jay Simmons.
Oh, Jay Simmons, right?
Soul Man J. Simmons.
Well, I'm getting another report.
The Iceman,
Christian Hart says he's seen him in catering, and he's following him out now. He's
seen him
Jay
in
Simmons
catering.
Yeah, and he had the title belt. He's laughing it up with Brubna and Kurt Jordan. Christian Hart had to make another snarling remark about Kurt Jordan, of course.
Well, here we go. It's the Soul Man Jay Simmons and the Iceman Christian Hart and their altercation. We're about to take you live backstage, where we're going to have ourselves a backstage brawl. It's the Soul Man and the Iceman. It is the final matchup of the evening, the main event of episode number 122 of Raw is War in the Archerverse. Let's go. Let's get it on. It is go time.
We got a camera backstage, and it looks like we have a brawl on our hands.
Damn.
Well, Christian Hart finally caught up with Jay Simmons there, and they're now going nuts.
These guys are wasting no time at all. I can see AJ Styles down there doing an interview.
Reeling from a forceful shove there.
Jay Simmons throwing Christian Hart around a little bit.
Slamming him off those lockers.
Now, I am going to warn you, Archer, I did not agree with Christian Hart's idea to chase down Jay Simmons and fight him outside of a ringed atmosphere.
I'm sure that your team would have warned against such antics because anything can happen backstage. They end up, for that matter. It looks like we're going to the parking lot, I think. This is Jay Simmons' favorite place to be, if you recall, is out in the parking lot.
Yes, I do recall that match between Jay Simmons and Alan Severn. Severn still not the same person.
Still not the same after being tossed off that very transport trailer 4 different times.
A snap suplex on the floor. On the floor. How do you deal with that, Archer?
Damn.
And a big shot.
The Soul Man unleashing some vicious attacks. Ooh, Russian leg sweep right through the table. But the Iceman reverses again.
Vicious neck breaker.
It was a nice swinging neck breaker by the Iceman.
Oh boy, he is rolling.
But a reversal, big elbow to the face of Christian Hart.
He gets him with a reversal.
But another reversal by Christian Hart.
Look at this.
And Hart tosses him right into the block wall.
Few superstars are as
Big elbow to the top of the skull. This is getting crazy.
This could be it.
Oh, the nutter.
You're not cheating, you're not trying. He needs to
Well, you knew we weren't going to go without seeing one of them.
Got him early.
Huge move right there.
I can't believe it, Michael.
Broke out the nutter early tonight, did Christian Hart.
We may have discovered his
Ooh,
favorite
throws him
move.
right into a chair. Inadvertently, but still hit the chair. We're getting closer to the parking lot. Are we actually going to make it into the parking lot is what I'm wondering.
Oh, jeez.
Christian Hart making sure Jay Simmons remembers to shout him out from now on.
Simmons throws him back into the hallway. Perhaps decided against taking Hart out in the parking lot.
Strong move there, guys.
But is it enough to end it?
He probably figures Christian Hart's a little too smart to get on top of the truck with him, albeit 4 times.
He lands the strike
Big
with
elbow to the
great
face.
accuracy. Jeez.
Simmons returns the favor and
And he
slams
lands a
Hart
hellacious
face
uppercut.
first off the wall. Some vicious strikes. Standing back body drop.
I'd say
Simmons seems to have quicker jabs than Hart at the moment.
He's incredibly proud of what he's been able to accomplish in his career, and rightfully so. But if he wants to pull away here, he's
beat him with a punch a couple times.
Offense soon. Up and over with a suplex.
I think the leg of Christian Hart just landed on that fire extinguisher.
I probably didn't feel good at all.
No.
He's
oh my God.
To the entire
reversal again by Hart. This time it's an elbow into the face of Simmons. Big punch to the face. Wow. Pile driver on the concrete floor by Christian Hart.
You know Jay Simmons didn't ask for that. Now Christian Hart stalking him.
Oh, Christian Hart knocked him out. That is it. That is all, ladies and gentlemen. The winner of the match, our Gromengio. Welcome to episode number 122. Thanks for stopping by. We're actually just wrapping up the evening. That was our final matchup of the night here at the Archiverse. But I appreciate you for stopping by. And we're here 4 times a week, my friend. So make sure you smash that follow button, RG Romengio. That way when we go live, baby, you can get notifications and you can join us for the party. Catch the shows in its entirety. We're always putting on an epic show. 4 different times a week. Tonight we even had a professional wrestler on the show doing an interview with us. Graced us with his presence. It was our absolute honor and privilege to have the Grape Crusher, John Maloney, from Great North Wrestling on the broadcast tonight, telling us some of his amusing antics and stories about his adventures in professional wrestling, in the independent scene, tag teaming with the Honky Tonk Man, Brutus the Barber Beefcake, being at the same venues and events as Sid Vicious, amongst other things that he told us. You'll have to catch the broadcast. Go watch the VOD. You don't want to miss episode 122. It's been an awesome show. What time is it for me? It is just about 3:15 in the morning. The Archiverse goes live Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays at 11 p.m. Eastern. And then, of course, when we have our pay-per-view shows, those are on Sunday evenings. But RG, don't forget to hit that follow button. You got to smash that follow button. Show a little love and support. That way when we go live, you get that notification. You can come and join us. You can be here for the whole show and have a good time with the Army. But we're pretty much wrapping things up. But I do appreciate you being here. It's too bad you couldn't have caught more of the show. You could have had a great time with the rest of us. So make sure you come on back Wednesday night, 11 p.m. Eastern, my time. I don't know what time that is for you. But we go live with the Archiverse NXT on Wednesday night. We continue the road to SummerSlam. Feuds are boiling over. Rivalries intensifying. The stable wars are blazing. It's going to be a good time. So we'll see everybody Wednesday night. Thanks for everybody that was here all night long. Thanks for everybody that was popping in and out of the chat. Thank you to everybody that's going to watch the VOD later tonight or first thing in the morning. And again, thank you very much to the Grape Crusher, John Maloney, who gifted us his time and actually sat down with us here at the Archiverse and allowed us to interview him about his adventures on the independent scene in professional wrestling. That was awesome. We'll see you Wednesday night. From Christian Cool and myself, from the Coolverse and the Archiverse, we bid you a good night. We'll see you Wednesday.
Have a good one, guys. Have a good one.